Yeah, hello guys. So I'll be showing you how you're going to be making a hospital management system from scratch. So yeah, so if you like this video, please don't forget to subscribe, and thank you guys so much for being here. So I'm going to be showing you how you're going to be making it. So we'll be using React.js for the front end, and also we are going to be using MongoDB. So it's just man stack. Also we'll be using Express. Okay, so we'll be using MongoDB. It's just man, that is MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. Okay, so we'll be using Node.js for creating our backend part. So what the first part of this, we are going to only be using, we're going to only be creating the UI part of it. Okay, so let me show you how this UI looks very beautiful, or the whole project how it is. And if you enjoy, please don't forget to subscribe, and thank you so much. So my name is Yatunyi Brian, so thank you guys. So if you're through making the project, don't forget to tag me on my LinkedIn. So my LinkedIn is just Yatunyi Brian. You can find me on LinkedIn, and even in Facebook is Coding with Brian. And if you have any question, or if you face any bugs while making the project, you can just send the message, and I know we'll be able to help you. start the project by, first of all, let's create a new folder. Let's say, example, we can call it hospital management system. You can call it like you can give it like any name that you want, but as per me, I think the hospital management system is okay. Okay. Again, inside this, let's open this hospital management system. We're going to create 3 files. We're going to create the front-end file, the back-end file, and the dashboard file. So let's just create, okay, you can create them even still in the VS Code, the Visual Studio Code, but what I want us to do is let's create them inside this folder. So you can just create them, the 3 of them. So is the first one is like the front end, the dashboard, and then the back end. Let's create them. Again, like I don't know if you can see, like in the background I've already opened my Visual Studio Code and I've dragged and dropped like the folder. So yeah, so created them. So you can come into this place and in this VS Code you can use any code editor that you want, but preferably I usually like to use the VS Code because even most developers like to use it. So from this point I want us to drag and drop our folder that has our project in it. So you can just drag and drop it. Let's just wait for it to load first of all. Yeah, so yeah, everything now is okay. Yeah, so everything right now looks okay. Now from this point I usually like to use the CMD in running in running my projects instead of using the terminal, but you can also use the terminal still. So I've opened my CMD. That is my command prompt. If you want to open it, you can just go to the place where there is a search bar in your Windows down there, and then just type CMD. You'll get that prompt of you'll get that. You're going to get it. Okay, if you type CMD, run all of them. So the first one is front end. So you can just do cd front end so that you can move to that directory, which is the front end directory. I want us to start a new React project, and we're going to be using Vite. Remember, like you can still use the old way of starting React project, but we're going to use Vite because Vite usually like when you're making an application using Vite, the application usually is much faster as compared to the old way of starting a React project. And still, even starting with Vite is going to be much quicker. So you can just type Vite in your terminal on your particular browser, and we'll need to move to the website, to the Vite website, and so that we can see the documentation of how we can start a new Vite project. So inside this website, let's just move down, or first of all let's move to the get started section. Now in this get started section, first of all copy that command, copy that one. That is the one that is going to help us in starting a new Vite project. So you can come to your front end and then paste it there. So that's just npm create Vite at latest. So it creates the Vite project, the latest one. Okay. So you just need to wait for a few minutes and everything will be done. See the same, let's move to our dashboard. I want us to like to set up everything for the dashboard and also everything like for the backend. Okay, so let's move to the dashboard, and still the same, we're going to create a new Vite project. Okay, because remember the front end and the dashboard, they are going to be using Vite, and then you have like the backend. The backend will be connecting now the dashboard and the front end part. Okay, so going to be like that. So you're going to be setting up the specific environment. So you're going to be told here to choose the particular language that you're going to be using. So you'll be using React and also JavaScript. So you can say like npm install, and it's going to install all the necessary dependencies that you're going to require. See the same, do the same for still the same for the front end. Well, we are using React and also still JavaScript. But if you're good in TypeScript, yeah, you can do TypeScript, because remember, like right now, as developers, like you are being told like to use TypeScript more, because TypeScript like it's much safer to use as compared to JavaScript. Okay, like everything is done after some few minutes. I hope you are not going to be confused. So we are setting environments for both the dashboard and the front end at the same time, as you can see on your screen. We need to install some dependencies that you are going to need or require in this project. So you can just type these dependencies. So type all these dependencies. You're going just to install them at once. So the same, let's move to the dashboard, and in this dashboard we are going to install some of dependencies here. So let's see them. So let's just wait for a few minutes or some few seconds and then to be done. I want us to now move to our backend and start setting up the environment for it, like the necessary environment for running the backend, so that all those dependencies that you're going to use in the backend will be having them. So you can just do like cd backend, and you'll be in the backend folder or directory. And then now in this backend, I want us to first of all do npm init so as to initialize so that is will be npm init, and it's going to take some few seconds, and I'll just press enter to everything, but you can take your time and then write it up as appropriate as you want, or as per your let's say per your liking, but I'm just pressing enter to all of them. Also you can just press enter, no problem. So right now we are setting the environment for the backend, and then now here we're going to now install some dependencies that you're going to be using for this project. As you can see, like in the backend, you have now the package.json. This package.json is very doesn't have anything into it. Okay, yeah, it's the default package.json that you usually get when you do an npm init. And also if you look into the other folders, we have some files and some folders that have been generated. So like, yeah, all those, the backend, the front end, and the dashboard, so they're still installing some dependencies. Let's see. Now in this backend, I want us to also install some dependencies that we're going to use. I just press enter. So those are all those dependencies that you're going to need for this project. So let's look at these are the ones if they are through. So just leave all of them to install. Like I wanted us to just do all the installation first of all, and so that we can continue to concentrate only on developing it. Okay, so we're going to now go to MongoDB and Cloudinary. I want us to create an account in both of those two accounts, those two websites. If you have an account with Cloudinary or MongoDB, or if you have worked with them, then this I know like creating this project is going to be easy. So I just type MongoDB and let's try to open them. Here it's Cloudinary. So since I don't have an account, I think do I have an account? I think I have an account. So let's just sign in. If you don't have an account, then sign up. It's very simple and very easy, and it's just quick. Let me sign in. Signing in using my Google, but you can use any that you want. Let's just wait for some few seconds. Yeah, so everything is okay. So the sign in was successful. So what's gonna happen is let's just move to this dashboard, the dashboard section, and in this dashboard section we'll get like all the projects that you've created in Cloudinary. If you don't have any project created, then yeah, so then if you don't have any project created, then it's going to show like the way it's showing on my screen right now. So remember, like here in Cloudinary we only want 3 things. So to start a new project or to create a new project, you can just press that, and let's just wait some few seconds. Now in this place, you're going to be shown all your projects that you've ever created in Cloudinary. Now what we want to do here is want to start a new project, okay, for our hospital management system. So what we will do is I just come to this plus icon, then create a new project. So here you're going to be told like you need to verify your email. Okay, so let me open my email, and there is a code that they have sent so as to verify if maybe like if it's you who wants to start a new project. So as you can see, like in my email they have sent the code, and now this code is what we need so as to verify our account. You can just copy the code, and then let's move again to Cloudinary, and then you're going to paste that code into that input bar. Paste the code and send. Now from this point you're going to be allowed to create a project. Now now from this point I want us to put the correct name for as per as our project. So you can just say hospital management system, or you can just say even React hospital management system. You can just call it in any way that you want, or in any way that you prefer. Now in our backend I want us to create a .env file, an environment file where we are going to paste all our secrets, all our API keys, and all the API secrets that we're going to be having. So you can just come to the backend and create a folder known as config, and then inside this folder we're going to create another file. This file is going to be known as, let's say, just config.env. It's just an environment variable, environment file, sorry. And in that file you're going to paste all the APIs keys and everything important inside. You're going to paste into it. So let's just write some of them that we're going to use. Okay. Okay, so first of all, let's come to this place. I want us to copy the necessary things that we're going to need. So from this place, you can just paste that API key that we copied from Cloudinary. That API key that we copied there. So and then come and copy the API secret. Want that one? So you can just uncomment it and then copy it. So you can just put that and then copy it. Then now let's paste into our env file. Then the last one that we're going to need is the cloud name. So the cloud name, you can find it in different ways. So let's say here. Now the cloud name, you can find it, example, you can see it like here. Now this is the cloud name as per like my account in Cloudinary. But also say if you want to find the cloud name still, if you can't find it there, then you need to move to this section. I don't think it's this one. Yeah, to this section I think. Now let's just move. Now look at it. Now in that place that is at the bottom. That bot like at that bottom, like that's the cloud name that you want. Okay, like that it is the cloud name that you want. So you can just copy it and then paste it. Now those are the three things that you want from Cloudinary. Now let's move to MongoDB. I want us to create a database in MongoDB. So if you don't have an account with MongoDB, you can create it. But since I have an account, then I think I can just sign up. if you have an account, you're going to be brought to this place. Okay, if you don't have an account, then you're going to be brought almost to this, or maybe to another page. Okay, so since I already have an account, I'll be brought to this place. Now from this point, I'm going to now create a new cluster. So let's just see at all clusters, so that you can see all the databases in our project, in my account, if you have them. Okay, now I want us now to create a new cluster or a new database. So just 1 minute. Now from this point, now you can just press that and it will create a new project. Let's press it. See. Okay, now here we need to now include the name of our database that you're going to create in MongoDB. You can just input any name, but just put a name that almost relates as per your project. I'll just put some random words here that I think is okay. Then next, again, again. Okay, now we're creating the project. Okay, you just wait for a few seconds. Now the project is now already created. Now from this point, I want us now to create a cluster. So create. Now here you need to choose like which one you want, but us want to use the free account. If you think your application is going to need a lot of users, now you can choose the paid ones, but for us, because this is just for educational purposes, then let's choose the free account. But as you can see, like if you have an application that you think is going to require a lot of users, or you're going to have a lot of users, then you can choose those ones. And still, if you come even below here, you can choose from which cloud you want. If you want AWS, or even if you want the Google Cloud, or even if you want the Azure. But I think for us, by default, you are provided the database is going to be, the cloud name is going to be the AWS. So let's choose just AWS. And then we need to create it. Then let's verify ourselves. So as we are verifying ourselves, let me let this be quick. Let it be quick. Okay. Okay, so we are through with verifying ourselves. Now from this point, I want to, now let's answer this. You can change the username and the password Let me just say the username is going to be Brian and password to be Brian. I'm putting it to be very simple because remember, like, we are not going to push this database and the code to product. Okay, personally I'm not going to push it to production, but if you want to maybe change this code or maybe push it to production, then you can do it. But remember not to put a password that is very easy for a hacker to enter into it or for someone to guess into it. So now we need also to connect our database using the driver. So you just press this. Okay, let's press that. Then I'm going to copy this. You want this path or this link. Let's just let's just move here down. Yeah, this is the path that you want. Let's just copy it, and let's come to this part where there is a Mongo URL, and then paste it. You can just save that. Then let's move to the next one. Also, if you want to connect your database with the MongoDB compass, so that you can be able to manage it locally, then you can do it. You can just install the MongoDB compass. Also, let's just copy this for the sake of it, but it's not that important. Okay. Okay, now everything is finished. Yeah, so the only thing that you are interested with in MongoDB was the path of our database. So I don't think there's anything there. Now let's move to JWT. So here the JWT is going to give us the tokens, and this one is just we're going to use it in the part of authentication, so that when you're using it, we can give someone like the specific time he or she can maybe try to sign in or maybe to log in into our authentication page. Okay, because remember, like, if you don't do that, if you don't give someone like specific time or maybe specific number of time he or she needs to try into signing in, then a hacker can exploit that. Okay, so you can just move to this JWT, and you can just read through this documentation if you're interested in finding out more about it. You can just come and then read through it. Now let's close our backend and see if all the dependencies have been installed correctly. So it seems like there are some that are still being installed, so let's just wait. Let's just be patient and wait for all of them to be through or to complete. Okay, so one of them has completed. Yeah, so it seems like some are completed. Yeah, so all of them are through. So right now let's do the npm. So let's do the npm run dev. Sorry, yeah, the npm run dev. I had forgotten npm run dev, and then try to run all of them. See that if they are starting correctly, or if maybe you're going to get any issues. But since we have installed everything correctly, then we don't expect any issues or any conflicts. So let's press just npm run dev. Let's copy the path, those paths, and see if everything is okay. Yeah, so like all of them are starting perfectly and are not getting any errors. Yeah, since all of them have started, like I think you can now move to our first project, which is the front end. So yeah, so we are going to be starting with the front end part, and then next we're going to move to the dashboard, and then we'll be finishing in the next video. We're going to be finishing with the back end. So okay, now let's move to the front end part. So you're going to start with the front end, and in this front end we're going to have like some files on it, like it's going to be in the src folder. So in this src folder, and even we're going to like create some other files. We're going to create a components folder, and also we're going to create another folder known as the styles folder. So first thing, let's come to the src. We're starting with the front end, and then like I'll show you how you can use the backend later, and then like maybe some other time I'm going like to show you how you're going to like incorporate all the backend and the front end. I'm going to incorporate it to the how you're going to incorporate like the front end and the dashboard, how we're going to incorporate it to the backend so that like it can function much better. Okay, because right now I'm going only to deal with the front end or the UI part. So yeah, so we're going to come here first of all to the src, and so in this src we are going to create folders. So we're going to create another folder here. So this folder we're going to call it as the components folder. Now in this the app.jsx, so we can first of all like we need to import like the navbar. Okay, first of all let's close all these other ones, all these open tabs. I don't want them to be open, so let's just close all of them. Okay, yeah, let's just leave the app and the navbar open. So we can come to this point. That's the app.jsx. In this part we need first of all to import the navbar in the app.jsx. So here, so we're going to do it like this. So we're going to say like import, so it's going to be import, that is navbar, import navbar from dash components. dash components stroke navbar. Yeah. Then what you can come here and then just pass it here. But before that, yeah, but let's just pass it as well. And, so let's pass it. Let's just come to our main. There's something I want to check here. Okay, so okay, yeah, so let's just save. Let's save. I just press Ctrl S to save it. Then let's see. Stop. Okay, so before that, let's just add some things here. So instead of wrapping it with the empty tags, you can just wrap it with the router. Just wrap it with the router. Wrap it with the router, and then what you're going to do here, you're going to import the React router DOM. So I'm going to say like import. So in this import, you're going to import the browser router as router. Then you're going to import the routes, and then the routes, and all of these, they're coming from, that's going to be React router from React router DOM. Yeah, so let's just save it and see. Okay, so the issue was that the return method here, the return was outside the function. Remove this now, this part. Then in this div, we can div to be known as nav. Let's just refer to it as nav. And then inside this div, we're going to have like another div. We're going to have another div. We're going to have another div here. Now with this div, we're going to give it a class name. I'm going to give it a class name of logo. And then, but first of all, we're going to come to this place, and then we're going to put here a link. Put here a link. So here link, and now this link First of all, we're going to give it is the one that is going to contain our logo, the logo for the hospital, or for the hospital management system. So here inside the link you're going to put the img tag. So what you're going to do, you're going to say like img. So I'm going to say like as src is equals to, so the name of the image is known as logo. Then I'm going to give it an alt tag. Now the alt tag is going to be, you can just say logo, and then after giving it the alt tag of logo, now you can give it a class name. Now you can say the class name is equals to, let's say logo img. So like you might be wondering like where is this logo? So I'm going to give you the logo. Then you can just give it a class name of, that's going to be logo img. So the logo that I'm talking to you about, so here it is. If you come to the assets folder, yeah, so you see like we have this one, like we have this image known as the hero.jpg, then we have like the logo3.png. So you can change the name, of this image to be logo. Let's rename it from logo3 to just logo. Let's remove this 3. Yeah, then save it. Now from there we need like to import it into our navbar, because yeah, and as you can see, like I had already imported the styles for the nav section or the navbar. So you just need to import the logo, or the logo. So you can just do like import, and then what we're importing logo, and it's coming from stroke slash assets slash logo dot png logo. So we're importing the logo, so let's just move this one. Yeah, logo, like that. From that point, yeah, so because it's a png image, so you can just control save. Yeah, so let's see where the problem is. Oh yeah, so I forgot to add this. Control save. Let's see. Mind about it. So let's continue. Now in this point we're going to say like now after importing the logo, now I want to create now another div, and this div is going to be here. Let's say it's going to be below this div, so we're going to create here another div, and this div is going to have this div. Let's create this div. It's going to have a class name. We're going to give it a class name of, that is going to be nav links. So it's going to be nav links. Yeah, it's going to be nav links. I'm forgetting to put like into this, into the parent, into the, is it the parenthesis or something like that? Yeah, so yeah, nav link. So then another div, this div, now let's give it a class name. Let's give it a class name of links. And then here we're going again to create like some other links. So we can say here just link, and then it's going to be like this. So now in this link we can put in here, like here inside you can say, you can put like the home text, meaning this is going to, this link, like when you press it, like it's supposed to direct you to the home page here. So you can do the same for the appointment, and then for the about us. So in this, the link, the one for the home, so you can just you can put it to meaning that when you press it, it's going to redirect you to still the same home. It's not going to move anywhere. That's why I'm just putting only a slash. And then here we can just give it a class name. I'll say a class name known as links, known as link. Okay, so I can just copy it. I can just copy it, then you can paste it, then paste it again. So the first time, so the first one is known as the home, and then the second one we can like put it so as to be known as the appointment. Appointment meaning like when a patient or someone presses it, like it's going to redirect you to the appointment page where the patient or the person can book for an appointment. Okay, so going to the appointment. Now again we're going to change this the root. So instead of only to the slash, you're going to say to slash appointment, then the class name remains the same. Now here the next one, you can say like you can change the root to be the about, yeah, the about. Then you can just leave the class name to remain as the same, but you can change the name here to be about. Yeah, so let's try and save it. You're having here some error. Let me try first of all to, let's comment this out, the image. Let's just comment out the whole div and see if it maybe is responsible for the error. We have here an error like uncaught reference link is not defined. Okay, so meaning that you can just uncomment this one. So you need like to do that. So link is not defined. We can come here, then like we need to import link from React router DOM. So I just come here, then you can say like import you can say you're going to import link, but it's coming from React router DOM. So let's see, importing the link. Okay, like that. So as you save it, you're not supposed to see, yeah, nice. So you're not supposed to see any errors. As you can see, like everything looks nice, but it's not that pleasant, because like as you can see, like the navbar is at the center of the page, like it's supposed to be at the top, so it's not looking that nice. but let's see, in small devices, as you can see, like it's responsive. Yeah, even you can see like in small devices, like it's very responsive, and even you have like that logo, it looks nice. Let's add the register and the login part. Now in this part, in this one, so we're going to add it like is it below this div? Yeah, we're going to add it below this div. So I'm going to create another div. I'm going to create another div. Now in this div, you're going to give it a class name. We're going to give it a class name known as buttons, because it's going like to contain the two buttons, that is the login and the register button. Now inside this one, inside here, you can first of all put the links, the div, the link, yeah. You can give it a link. There's this link. You can say like here inside it, like you can say like login. This one is the login, and then here what you can say is that we can give it first of all, let's say a class name. Give it a class name of login btn. Login btn and then btn. And then you can say like when you press it, it's supposed to direct you to the place where there is the login page, or the login page or the login form. So you can just copy it and then can paste it, and then now you can change the details so that you can be a register. So you can be registered, and then here you can say the same, be register, but the class name still remains as the same. Okay, now from this point, remember like we had dubbed it in a div known as which had a class name known as buttons. Okay, so from this point you can still like, let's say after saving it, we're getting it like it looks like this. Doesn't look that nice, so let's see. Okay, so you can come to, first of all, to the index.css, and remember like this, in the index.css, this the CSS file usually like provided by default when you are creating your Vite project for the first time. So you can just come to it and then can be just control all, sorry, like that, control A, and then just remove the all of it and then save. Or still, if you want, you can just delete the index.css. Can still delete it, okay? Yeah, but let me just clear the all of it. So you'll realize that after having done that, and then if you save, you can see like right now the nav bar has fixed itself, because at that other time like it was at the center. Right now like it's okay. Okay, now let's move to the next part, which is the hero section. So let's just move to the hero section, and then this hero section you can just do RAFCE. I just do RAFCE, and then I get the skeleton template for your code. Now from this point, like remember, as you had seen, like this section has the title and it has like the paragraph, like those small text, but it has also the title. So what you're going to do first of all is here we can just remove this div, and then so that we can have an empty tags. Yeah, I prefer empty tags. You can just remove it instead of just having divs like that. And then here you can just create another div. Let's create another div. Now here in this div you're going to give it a class name. So it's going to have a class name of hero container, like that. So that's the class name, and then put another div here. This div you can give it a class name known as banner. Class name known as banner. Now inside this div we're going to have that is the part which has the title, our title, and which has also the paragraph. So here we can come then do like h1 height 1. Here we can say like example, you can just say something like let's say healthcare. Yeah, let's just put something like I don't know, just any text like this. Yeah, the best healthcare services. I think that's okay. Then you can import the p. This p you can just put even just any text that you want. So here you can just put any text that you want. So example, here you can say something like, okay, so you can just paste it. So you can just put in text you want, and then you can just save it and see if there's any changes. So it seems like there's no changes here, so let's see. So you can come to this point, and then here let's try to give it a style here. Try to give it a style. So you can say here color. You can say the color is going to be going to give the color white, and then at this point, let's say inside the P here, you can say something like style, and then you can put this there. That control save. Let's move to the pages and to the home.jsx. In this home.jsx, what you can do here. Oh, and even remember, like, there's an issue, because first of all, let's come first of all to, before we do that, let's come to our up.jsx here. Okay, and then from in this point, I want us to import the hero section. You can just do control copy, then control paste. At this point, you can do like hero.jsx. I say like hero import, yeah, importing hero, then it's coming from /components /hero, yeah, /hero. Then from this point you can just come, then pass it here, hero. Okay, so let's just save it and see. Yeah, nice. So you can see like everything right now looks perfectly, but the issue is at the center. So like you want it to be at the left part, and then because in the right part it's going like to contain that the image, like the right part is the part that contains the image. Okay, so let's continue fixing it. So I had told you, as I had told you, this I want us to pass the title, because remember, like, you might want to change the title again and again, and it won't be very nice for you to come to the hero section and change it. Like, we need just one file, because remember, like this, the p tag can remain, or it can stay there like for a long time, but this title needs to change once in a while. Okay, so you can come to the home.jsx, and this is what you can do in the home.jsx. So you can just do rafce, and then get the skeleton code. After having gotten the skeleton code, what you can do here, like, we need first of all to import the hero. You can do like, okay, let's do this. Let's import all those files that we're going to need. So let's say we're going to import the first one that you're going to import. You're going to import the hero. You're going to import the hero, and the hero is coming from, so import hero, and hero is coming from ./components /hero. Yeah, so send that. Yeah, so we're going to use it here, So still the same, let's remove the div and let's just put an empty tag. Let's just work with the empty tag like that. Yeah, so yeah, thing like that is okay. From this point you can create another, you can do this like now, can put another hero, yeah, like this. And then now inside this hero section, I want us to have that title. And I want it to have that title. So you can come here, then copy the whole of it. That is welcome to healthcare. What here? Just copy the whole of it. Come to the home page, paste it. Now from that point, now from this point also remember. Okay, let's just save it and then we can see how it looks. Now from this point, I want us to, we need like to import the home. That okay, like let's see here. So let's save and see how it looks. So I just save, but here I want it to be title. Yeah, I want it to be title. Yeah, I think like that's okay. Yeah, but what you can do here is that because this function I want it to pass two parameters. So it's going to pass parameter. The first one is known as title, then it's going to pass a parameter known as image URL. So this title, now we are using it here, and this title, remember, like it's coming from the home.jsx. okay, it's coming from the home.jsx. And then because like we don't want to like to be redundant, like to use a lot of the same words, so like just using it like as a prompt. So yeah, like that. So still the same. Let's see, let's save it and see. Okay, so there's some error. Stop. Now what you can do here, like after saving it, so you're getting this error. So let's remove first of all this one. Yeah, save it and then okay, yeah, so there's an issue here. Yeah, I've forgotten even how you import them. So like this. Okay, so everything is okay. So yeah. like image URL. Image URL is equals to the hero. So the image that is found at the image that is known as the hero. Now let's import this image. So you can say like import hero from, which is coming from. I'm not going to show you how you're going to code it, but I'm going to show you like in the next video that I'm going to make. But right now just want to skip this too, because I think like it has a lot of repetitive work. So we can just do RAFCE. Let's just do RAFCE into it. See the same with the departments. You can just do RAFCE. Yeah, like that. They just save them. Like they won't cause anything or anything. They won't cause anything to change. So yeah, so you can just leave it like that. Like they don't have any effect. So let's just move to the part that I'm more interested in, which is the appointment form. So I'm going to make the appointment form. So let's move to the appointments form. So in here, first of all, let's import some of the things that you're going to need here. One of the things first of all you're going to need. Let's say first of all, let's import Axios. And Axios is coming from Axios. And then let's import React, and also let's import also use effect. And it's coming from React. Also let's import use state, but you're going to use it later. But let's import also use state, but we're going to need it later in our project. So let's import use state. Let's import use state coming from React. And that's going to be toast coming from React Toastify. So let's change it here so that it can be toast. Yeah, toast. Yeah, like that. Now from this point we can go ahead and do RAFCE. Okay, let's see, can do the RFCE, and so that we can get the skeleton code. You can remove this on React here because you don't need it. In the current version of React, like you don't need to import React from React, like it's not a must. Okay, if you want to do it, you can do it still. Okay, no problem. Because it's the same also as this one here. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. Yeah, but let's move to the most important part here. Now this one is the appointment form. So this is a form that when a patient want to, before he or she visits the clinic, needs to first of all like input his or her details so that can be recorded as yeah. So first of all, what we're going to do is let's remove this div so that we can have some empty divs to work with. In here, let's put a div. Then now this div, we're going to give it a class name. We're going to give it a class name of, that is container form component, container form component, container form component, appointment form. Appointment form, like that. And then below here we can have this text which has height of 2 h2. So in this text you can say, we can write just as appointment. Okay, now from this part, let's now create the necessary form, the form that we're going to use. So I can just do form, then that. In this form, first of all, let's put a div inside it. Let's give it a div. And it's going to be like this. This div is going to have an input. Okay, this div is going to have an input. So let's put here an input. And this input is self-closing. So yeah, so it's self-closing. So I see. So inside this input, you can put it like it just, if you worked with HTML, you're going to find out that the way you're creating this form in React is almost the same as they are creating it in HTML. Like there's almost no difference in it. Okay, yeah, if you have done it with HTML, because I believe like before you do React, then you must have dealt with HTML. Okay, so let's continue. So we have a type is going to be, let's give the type, let's say the type is going to be text, and then let's give it a placeholder. Placeholder, let's say the placeholder is going to be first name. Let's say the placeholder is going to be first name, and then let's give the value to be the value here is going to be first name. Just put like this, first name. Okay, so okay, but also still we can give it an on change. We can also give it an on change to be as an event. So it's listening for an event. So I can say, yeah, set first name, then event dot target dot value. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing for last name, and then for the other ones, that is the email, the mobile, etc. So let's just copy it and paste it. So let's copy the whole of the input like that, copy it, and then just paste below it. So here, what you're going to change, you're going to change like some little things. Like example, the first name, we're going to change it to be last name. So it's going to be last name, and then we're going to change this one, be last name, last. Then also, wait, yeah. So change this one. Like that. So again, let's copy, let's paste it again. You can just paste it again. But before that, I want us to do this. You're going to take the whole of this one, copy it, and then can paste it like that. Okay. Now from this point, so this one we're going to only change. We're going to say like input is equals text, and then here we're going to say email. From first name, we're going to change it to email. Yeah, email. So change this one to be the same. Email. Okay. So change this one to be set email. And then change this one. It's going to be now the mobile number. So here is going to be number. So it's going to be number. Then here you can say like mobile number. Yeah, you can say, you can put here inside phone, value to be phone, and then here you can say set phone. Yeah, so like that. Yeah, so the other thing that you can do here, you can come here, then you can paste it again. All you can do here, you can set something like, let's say here you can say number, you can come here and then say the placeholder is going to be government number. I just say GovT number, that means government number. Then here you can just say, which is known as NIC. You can say here set NIC. And then here in this other one, in this input, you can say, you can change the one from text and say date. So it's going to give it in a date format. You can say the placeholder is going to be date of birth. So date of birth, like that. And then it's going to be set DOB. DOB stands for the date of birth, like that. Yeah, so I think everything is okay. Now from this point, from having set, let's just save and see if there is how it is. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so now the form is not showing, so let's just continue and then okay, I'll figure out why that's so. So here let's create a div. Now inside this div, what you're going to do is inside this div you're going to have a select going to have a select, and then in this select we're going to give it a value, and the value is going to be, we're going to pass here gender, and then I'm going to say like just going to be almost the same as the other one. So on change we're going to say okay, so here you can say on change is going to be just almost the same as this one, so you can just copy it, then just paste it. So it's going to be on change, but the only thing that changes is going to be set gender here. So gender, yeah, some of the same as that. Now in this part of the gender you're going to choose it's going to be either, we're going to be given options, so we're going to say the option we're going to be given option here. In this option is going to first of all have a value. Value is going to be not selected. Okay, yeah, just to not select the first one, not selected. Then inside it you're going to say like select gender. Okay, so here I can just copy this one, Control C, then paste it, and then paste it. Now this place, what you can do here, you can change the value from the first one. You can say the value is going to be male, and then we can put inside here, you can say it's going to be male, say here is going to be male, and then here you can say it's going to be female, then same, move this, female. Yeah, now from this point what we're going to do is we're going to have another input. Okay, now this input is going to contain the date, so we can just come here and then we can just copy this input from the just copy it, and then we're going to paste it below the select. So we're going to paste it there. So there's a mistake I had done here, sorry. Like in this part of the date you can say DOB, not last name. I'm in a hurry, so let's see, say DOB. Okay, hope I've not made any silly mistakes here. Yeah, everything is okay. Now from this point below the select, after having inputted that input, so you can say, so type is date, placeholder, you can say here appointment date. You can change this part to be appointment appointment date. Okay, value, we're going to change it. Value is going to be appointment date. Appointment date. On change is going to be, so we're going to only change this point. So we're going to say on change is going to be listening to an event, and then set, that is going to be appointment date. Appointment date. Yeah, so set appointment is going to be like that. Okay, now what we're going to do again is here below this div, we're going again to have another div, and this div is going to have a select value. This div is going to have a select value inside it. So like this, let's do just almost the same thing again and again and again and again. Now inside this div, we're going to have the select, and then it's going to be like that. Now in this select, what we're going to do is this. In this select, first of all, we're going first of all to give it a value. We're going to give it a value of departments. Department, because like it's for that department section that we had done. Okay, it's for this department part, but we didn't like go about like creating this part because I think that it's redundant. Sorry for that. Like I think it's repeating itself and going to just waste some time. Like I don't want to do it, so you can just do it, or maybe I'll just do it in the final code. But right now I don't want to do it because of time. So let's continue. So we're going to say select value to be department, and then here you can say you can give it an on-change. I just copy this one, Control C, Control V. Now the only thing I'm going to say is going to be on-change, listening to an event. So from this point, what we're going to do is, so listen to an event. From this point, you can just can remove all of this, put braces, then enter. Now inside here, you can say like set department, and then listen to an event dot target dot value, and then I say set doctors, set doctor first name. Okay, be like that. Then you can say set doctor last name. Now below it, what we can do is that we can again put some parentheses, and inside this parentheses, what we're going to do is that we're going to have a department array. Okay, meaning that, remember, like the departments, we're going to input it like an array. Okay, like example, you can say like maybe if you're there's a neurosurgeon, there's maybe, I don't know, maybe a physiotherapist, maybe there's a cardiologist. Yeah, so here you can say departments, array dot map. So using a map, meaning it's mapping through all those departments. Then it's going to pick an index or based in a particular of a particular department. Then from this point you can say it needs to return a value. First of all, from this point, let's say so first of all here, so the value is going to be is equals to, that's going to be depart. Then the key I'm going to say is going to be in the index. In the option can say going to be depart, so you need to return that. Now from that point, what you can do from this point is that you can create another select here. Okay, not there, not below this select. You can create another select. Can create here another select, and then this select as the same going to have a value, so I'm going to give it a value. So let me see, so I'm going to be almost the same. Let me think. Yeah, so going to be a value. Then here you can use the backticks, meaning it's supposed to pass the doctor, first name, and also it's supposed to pass the doctor last name. So it's supposed to pass the doctor first name and the doctor last name. Then I'm going to give it an on change. So you can just copy this on change from this point to where is the arrow. Copy it and then paste it like that. Now from this point, so I'm going to have fr, then here inside it, what you can do is that you can have this on const this array. This array contains the first name and also contains the last name, and it's passing the e dot target event dot target dot value dot split. Like if you can't understand like what you are doing here, I think you need to revisit your JavaScript. So yeah, you need to revisit your JavaScript and see how it is, because like these are the basics of JavaScript. So just revisit your JavaScript if you can't understand this. So you can say here set doctor first name, then passing first name there, then set doctor last name, then passing the last name there. Yeah, passing the last name there. What you can do here, that below here you can say, you can set as the departments. You can say disabled, will to be equal to no department. Then from this point you can have another, so you can say here option, you can say here an option, and maybe like that. Now in this option, what's going to happen is we're going first of all to have a value, and the value is first of all empty. So you're going to be told to select a doctor. Select doctor. So here we're going to implement the logic, meaning that you can say doctors, and then here doctors dot filter. Here inside it you're going to pass doctor, then you can say doctor dot doctor department. Doctor department, and here you can say like, here you can say is equals to, so like this one, like the 3 equals to, like it's very strict, equal to department, equal to department dot map dot map, that is the like it needs to map, that is the doctor, then the index of the doctor. Yeah, like that. Now here inside you can have like an option again, can have an option, and now in this option what is going to happen is here you're going to be given a value. So let's just arrange it like this. You're going to be given a value, and this value, so you need like to input a value, so you can just use here the backticks. So going to be doctor dot first name, doctor dot first name, then doctor dot last name. Yeah, doctor dot first name and then doctor dot last name. Now here, what you can do here, that here we need like to pass the doctor. Here like we need to pass the doctor dot last name and the doctor dot first name. Doctor dot first name, and here we need like to pass also the doctor dot last name, doctor dot last name. Okay, so from this point, but remember we need to also include a key here. Like we need to include a key, and the key is going to contain to be equal to the index. So this key is going to be equal to the index. Okay, let me just try to arrange this. Okay, so I think everything is almost done. From this point, you can have a text area. Now this text area is going to be the place whereby the person or by the person can write message to the admin or to the hospital. So what you're going to do is you're going to just come below this div here, and you're going to input a text area. Now in this text area, what you can do is that you can give it you can see the rows is going to be 10. Give it a row of 10, and then you can give it a value. You can give it a value of, let's say, address. Give it a value of address, and then you can give it an on change. You can say on change, still listening for an event, that is pass E. That's going to be set address to be equal, no, set address to be to listen to event dot target dot value. Okay, then I'll give it a placeholder. Placeholder is going to be address. Okay, so but remember text area is usually self-closing. So put here the dash, I've forgotten. It's usually like self-closing. So remove this other one here. Okay, so from this point you can now put some styles, some styles here. You can give it some style. So here you can just give it a div here. You can put here a div. You can put here a div. In this div, what you're going to do is going to have style to be equal to here. So you can say here, give it a gap, be 10 pixels. Then justify content. Justify content. Justify content is going to be flex end. Yeah, flex end. Then you can say flex direction. Flex direction. Flex direction is going to be row. Okay. Now here you can have here a p tag. Now this p tag is going to have inside the p tag. Okay, let's not even stretch it. Inside this p tag is going to ask you if you have visited before. Like, have you visited before? Like, have you visited before? Have you visited before? So it's going to ask you that, and then you're going to have inside it, you're going to have a style. So this this one applies only to this text. So it's going to have this style. So you can say margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 0. That. Then now below it you can have an input. You can have an input like that. Now this input still the same, doing the same thing. It's going to be of type checkbox. Then it's going to have check to be, so you can pass here has visited. Then I'm going to give it an on change. Still listening for an event here. So event's gonna be set has visited. Set has visited listening for an event e.target checked. Okay, check. Then now here we're going to give it some style. So you can say here style. You can give it some style here. So you can give it this size. So you can say flex going to be none. Then you can give it a width. You can say the width is gonna be 25 pixels. So you can say the width is going to be 25 pixels. Yeah, I think like that. Okay, so you can just add last button here. Below here you can put a button. Yeah, you can just put a button. This button inside is going to get appointment. Get appointment. This button is going to have some style, so you can say style be equal to, so I'm going to say margin to be 0 auto, yeah, like that. So you can just save it and see. But first of all, we need to add some things here. So here, first of all, like we need to include some things or some details that we are not include. Like example, let's say, so from this point, just come here and const appointment form. Now inside this appointment form, appointment, not appointments, const appointment form. Now here you can say, you can give some const here. You can say const first name, and then set first name. Yeah, set first name to be equal to use state, equal to use state. That, so yeah, so you can just copy it. So you need like to set for the last name, we need set for the one for the email, the phone, like all of those ones, that all of like for everything that is in the form. Okay, so just copy it, and then after you've copied it, like paste it. Now here you can change the first, and let's say going to be last. Yeah, so it's gonna be set last name. Yeah, set last name. That. Then let's do the same for the email. So move this on. I'm gonna say here email. So I'm gonna say here email. Then do the same. Here, just paste it. Then do the same for the phone number. Phone. Then here, I can say here NIC. So here there's some, sorry, so here. I see. So here, let's remove the name. Like cannot be phone name, like doesn't make sense. Just remove this name. Also remove this one. So this one, and this one, yeah. So that, yeah, like that. Then here I can set the DOB. So here DOB, set DOB, and then here it's going to be DOB. Okay. And then here you can say the gender. Just come here, then say gender, set gender, then that. Then let's do the one for appointment date. So it's gonna be appointment date. Then here is going to be the same. That's going to be appointment date. Then here I say department. Department. So it's the same department. Then set doctor first name. So here is gonna be so I've done for department. Now doctor first name. Doctor first name. Then here the same doctor first name. Doctor first name. Okay. So you need to do the same for doctor last name. Doctor last name. Then here I can say doctor last name. Okay. Now here we need like to set the address, and then same thing here. So address, then again here has visited, then here has visited. Yeah, so all of those ones, like, yeah. And then here what we need to do here is that we need to put like the departments array, meaning that when you're supposed to choose like in which department you are choosing, like in that form you need like to choose in which department you're going to, like if maybe it's to see like a neurosurgeon, or maybe if it's say a radiologist, maybe just for physiotherapists. So we need to create another const here. So we're going to say const, so it's going to be const departments array. Yeah, const departments array. So this is just an array, and this array contains this. So it contains, first of all, we have let's just put some random doctors titles. Yeah, so you can say here maybe a radiologist. I don't know how it's written, but let's try radiology. Yeah, maybe it's like that. Then here I can say maybe something like dermatologist, dermatology. Then here you can say something like let's say an oncology. Then here you can say neurology. Then let's just put some random. Let's just put the last one to be, maybe let's say physiotherapist. Yeah, physiotherapy. Physical or physiotherapy. Physiotherapy. Yeah, physiotherapy, like that. Oh, like, don't forget to put them like in the quotation marks. It's important. Yeah, so like that. After you've made a particular file, you need like to import it into the app.jsx. Like I keep on forgetting. Yeah, you need like to import it here. So you can come here, this part, and then just enter, just import. That is the appointment form. No, the appointment form, I think so. Yes. Yeah, appointments form. Okay, so import appointments form, and it's coming from dot dash, that is components. Let me just copy this one, like yeah, over here. Yeah, components, then slash, that is appointment form. Slash appointment form, like that. So let's just do this now. This part, and just paste it like that. And just control save. See how it's gonna be. Let's start for the message form. So you can just close the appointments. Now here, first of all, let's start by importing all the things that we're going to need, or you can just do RAFCE first of all. RAFCE, then let's import the things that we're going to need. I say here import Axios, coming from Axios, and then you can also here import let's say can import React Toastify. Yeah, you can import React Toastify. We're importing toast from React Toastify. So toast from React Toastify. Also here you can say importing React, so you can also say at the same time use state. Okay, so I think like those are the ones that you're going to need. Then this is the message here. Let's say here you can declare some variable here. and also you can set some states. Okay, so here example, you can do like const. Okay, just like that. You can say here, you can say const first name, const first name, set first name be equal to use state. Okay, so we can just copy this, then paste it. Then here you can change it to last name, last name. Here you can say just last name, like that. Then here I have another one that is email. Email, like that. And then have another one here, phone. Yeah. The lesson that you can have is the part of the message. So you can say like set message. Like that. So now after having done that, we need like to, let's first of all let's do this. Let's start creating that the part of the form that's going to handle this part of the message form, meaning that when a user or someone inputs, when someone wants to input the specific message, like I need to create that form now. Let's create that form. Okay, I don't know, so I can just remove these divs. I like working with empty divs or empty tags. That, so in this part I can now create a div. This div, you can give it a class name. So it's the class name that's going to have is going to be the same as the one for, let me show you, for the appointment form here. So it's going to have the same class name as this one. Just copy it, then come here and then paste it. Okay, so it's going to have the same class name. Then below it we're going to have a h2. This h2 is going to contain this text. Let's say example, give us your feedback. Give us your feedback, something like that. Okay, so here you can have a form. Now this form, what you can do here is that you're going to have It's going to be almost the same as the one for the appointment form, but this one is much shorter. So let's start creating. It's going to have a div. Now here, this div is going to have an input. So the input is going to be of type. The input is going to be of type text. And then we're going to give it a placeholder. Going to give it a placeholder. Let's say like first name. First name. Then value is going to be first name. Then it's going to have an on change. So it's going to be set first name. First name listening to e.target e.target.value e.target.value. Then I'm going to create here another input. You can just copy this one, then just paste it. Now this one is going to have stay the same text, and then you can say here last name. Last name, same here. Last name, yeah. So here again, last name, yeah. So like that, and then from this point I want us to do almost the same thing that we did. So we can just come to this point. Want to copy the all of this one up to here, all of this, all of this. So just Control C. Where you copied it, paste it like that. Yeah, so we paste it here. After we paste it here, we're going to now put now the email and phone number. So here we are going to say here, so the type is going to still remain of text, but the placeholder we're going to change it to be email. So it's going to be email, email, okay. Then here is going to be mobile number. So I can say here number. So here you can say just now the last thing that we're going to do, or almost the last thing, we're going to create a text area. So we're going to create text area below this div. So it's going to be text area like that. Now let's so it's going to have rows is going to be rows 7, placeholder is gonna be message. Value is gonna be, say, message. I'm going to say on change, it's gonna be here. I'm going to say the same. But this time I'm going to say message, set message, like that. Now here below this one, want to give it some style, whereby you can say something like this. Below this you can give it some, you can say something like div. Now we're going to create here a div. Now this div, what's gonna happen is we're going to first of all give it some style. So you can say style. So it's gonna be justify content. When say it's gonna be center. Then align items. Align items is gonna be center. Then you can put here button. You can say send. So this button gonna be of gonna have this type. Submit. Type submit. Yeah. Let's just save and see. Okay. Now here already have the message form, but what we want to do is that, remember this appointment, we are going to remove this appointment here, and it's supposed to be okay in this appointment section here. Okay, in this part, let me suppose that to be in that part. Let's first of all let me make here some changes. Why that now? Just move this on. We're going to deal with that later. Okay, so as I was saying, we need to remove this part. So so we need to remove this part so that this one can only be shown in the appointment section. Okay, yeah, so but right now let's not mind about it. So the next part, let's deal with the footer. So let's move to the footer. Here it is. Now let's create our footer. So as always, just do RAFCE. You can just do the RAFCE. Then after having done the RAFCE, we need now to import the things that we're going to need. So from here, I say like import. You can import that is link from React, also React router DOM. Import link from React router DOM. Then say the same here. Going to import some icons. So here you can say so icons from React icons stroke FA, let's say FA6. So which icons are we trying to import? So the icons that you're trying to import are, first of all, you have FA location, you have FA location arrow, and then you have FA phone, then you can import again from React icons /md. So from here we're going to import the md mail. md email. Again here you can import the styles, that's the footer. I don't know if you can remember it. So in this part here it is, the footer style, so we can import also that. So importing the styles from, that is coming from styles /footer .css. So let's remove this one. Okay, again and do import of the logo. It is coming from /assets /logo .png. So the logo. Okay, so from this point let's now start creating some of the content that you're going to be posting, or we're going to post in our footer. So you can come here. At this point, what we want to do is, let's first of all define these hours. So it's going to be const hours. I'm going to define it const hours, and then this const hours is going to be an array, and it's going to contain, and it is an array, so it's going to first of all have an ID. So first of all, this ID, let's say this one, then the day, say it's Monday, then I say like time, be 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. like that. Again, here you can say ID gonna be 2, day is gonna be Tuesday, then time gonna be, let's say, just give some random thing. You can say like maybe 7 a.m. maybe to 1 p.m. I don't know. Yeah, give some random things. Copy and paste it. Here you can change it to 3. You can say here maybe it's Wednesday. Let's say it's just, yeah, Wednesday. Let's say it's Wednesday. You can just change maybe, let's say, to maybe 10. Yeah, then here it's going to be 3. So this one's going to be on Thursday. So it's going to be Thursday. Then I can change, I can say even 5 a.m. 10 p.m. I don't know, anything that can work. Now after importing that array, what you want here is that you can come here, then you can just remove this div, and you can have our own empty. And then inside here, want to have footer. Now in this footer, you can give the footer a class name. You can give it a class name of container, class name of container. Then here you can put another div. You can have here another div, and this div like is going to contain the image for our logo. Now it's going to have the img, going to have the img tag. So you can say src gonna be logo, then alt gonna be logo, then give it a class name which is gonna be logo img, logo img. Okay, Now it's going to have that one logo img. Now inside here, inside this other div, we're going to have this div, and it's going to have a height of 4. We're going to have a title with a height of 4. So you can say like something like quick links. So this is an ordered list. Then here in the ordered list, we're going to put some link. So you can say link to link to home. Okay, then you just copy it and paste it. Copy, let's say appointment. You can change it here to be appointment. Here to be appointment. Then here you can change it to be about. So on this point you can put another div. So even you can just save it and see how it looks. So let's just pass it here to the here. So now below there, you can create another div. Now this div, first of all, we're gonna have the number of, you can say give it a height of 4. It's gonna have the number of hours. It's gonna have the number of hours. Then it's gonna have an ordered list. This is an ordered list. Gonna be in this format. First of all, it's gonna have, okay, so Then we're going to have like hours. We're going to map through the hours. Dot map, then through the element, then li, now in here you can pass here a key. Key is gonna be element dot id. Okay, so it's gonna be element dot id. Again, gonna say span. Now this span, so is going to be here. It's going to be element dot day. So yeah, element dot day. Then here we can have another span. Here you can say element dot time. Yeah, I think like that's okay. And then below this div, let's see, below this div I want us to create another div. So we'll first do the same. Okay, no problem. So here you can create another div. Now this div, what it's going to do is still gonna take a height of 4. So you gotta take height of 4, and then this height of 4 is gonna be contact. Then we're going to give it a div, and this div can put here the icons. Inside this div you can put here the icons that you are going to want to put here. So you have, the first one is fa phone, that's the first icon. Then here you can have a span, can have your span. This span can contain our phone number. You can just put any number. You can put it 11000123 I don't know, any number. And then you can have here another div. Let's just copy this. Control C, paste it. So this one was contact, so this one can be email. So no, let's see, MD, those zeros MD, so this can be MD email, okay. So you can put here our email. Our email can be just anything. I can be even Brian Yatsuni at gmail.com. Yeah, don't know, something like that, Brian Yatsuni at gmail.com. Then you just go below this one. Here you can change the icon to be a location arrow. A location arrow. So here you can say the location is found of this place, let's say just in Nairobi, Kenya. Nairobi, Kenya. Yeah, that. Now let's just save it. Control S. So what we can do here is that there was an issue. You can see, yeah, okay, yeah, like you the error was that we had forgotten to include that part, yeah, like the comma. So if you save it now, I think, yeah, right now it's okay. Yeah, so let's move now to the most important part. So let's remove this part of get appointment and let's make these routes to function. Okay, those the navigation bar to function. Then after that, then everything will be okay. These parts to the home, not this part, the navigation links to work. Okay, you can see like when you're clicking them, like they're moving to a new place, but they're still like want this container to be here. Okay, like want it to be a new page. So but before that, what we can do is that we can come first of all to the up.jsx. I want us to arrange everything here because some things are not supposed to be here. So what you can do is in this up.jsx, so I want us to do this, just to move the whole of this one. Let it be there. Then this part I want us to have the routes under first of all here I want there to be the routes. Want here to have the routes, but on the navigation not to be in the part of the route, so it's going to be outside, so it can be something like that. Then everything else is going to be here. Okay, so but first of all let's say going to be a route. There's going to be a route. This route is going to have a path of, we don't know because we don't know what it is. So here you can say the path we don't know right now. So and then you can say the element gonna be, let's say home. The home, yeah, gonna be home. So the home, and then here you can just copy it, paste it again, paste it. Let's paste it because we want here to have the appointment. So this one here is going to be, so here the slash for the home going to be just slash. It is going to lead to slash the appointment, slash appointment. And then here the next one you can say it's about us. Okay, so we are implementing this. So here we have the home, then the appointment, and then we want the one for the about, and then for the login, and then for the register. Okay, so this part I want us to put now here for the about us. It's gonna be about the about, and then it's gonna be slash about. Slash about. Then let's do the same for the register. Let's do the same for the register and for the sign in. So here is gonna be, let's say, just register, then here's gonna be register, then here's gonna be sign in, login. Yeah, so yes, it's login. Yeah, login. Okay, so here's gonna be login. That's so yeah. So appointments, how we have imported appointments. Okay, because I think we need to import them. So yeah, let's import. We have home. Do you have home? Yeah, no, we have not import home. So let's let's say import. Say import home. Import home from home is in pages. Home is found in okay, think dot slash pages slash home. Yeah, things like that. Dot s. Okay. Oh. Here, so I've imported here some things here. So after saving it, you're getting this error. So let's just move to, first of all, in the pages, let's move to here. Let's do RAFCE. Then to the appointments, RFCE. Then home has calling there. Then login, RAFCE. Then the register, RAFCE. Just save the whole of it, and so after saving it, so we are not getting any errors. Everything looks almost fine. Also, still, like, I've modified the home. Yeah, there is home.jsx that we had made earlier. So from here I've just imported like the hero section, the biography, message, and departments. I've just imported it, then I've passed them here. Yeah, these are the only some modifications that I've made to it. Yeah, like there's nothing I've done really, but I've just made some of these small modifications. Yeah, so I think everything is okay. Now let's move now to the next part, which is the about section. So yeah, is the about section. Now, in this about section, you have just done the normal skeleton file. So from here, I want us to import some things that you're going to need. So you're going to import hero from components stroke hero, yeah. Now still the same, we're going to import still biography. Going to import biography from biography is coming from dot components, from dot components. Let's see. Biography coming from dot components stroke, that is the biography. So let's just remove this one because I want it to only have the I want it to contain the two question mark, not question mark, the two quotes. Yeah, the two quotes instead of the single quotes. So undo here again. Okay, const about source from dash stroke components stroke, yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, we had already done the RFCE. So we have imported everything that we're going to need. So from this point, let's remove this div, and then here we're going to include a hero. This hero is going to have a title. This hero is going to have a title, and the title is known as, you can just put anything. Healthcare, clinic or something like that. You can just put anything that you want. Then from there you can have here the image URL. Image URL is gonna be let's say want it to be, it is supposed to be dot slash assets slash Now what we can do here is that let's move first of all to the home, and that's to remove this. So I think we are through with the about section. Yeah, I think we are through with the about section. Now let's move now to the next one. Yeah, this is the about section, and I think we are through with it. Now let's move to the next one, which is the appointment section. Now in this appointment section, what you're going to do is already have the RAFCE, so let's just import the things that you're going to need. So you can import hero from /components /hero. Then we can import let's say the appointment form components Okay, so we're importing the appointment form. Okay, like that. Now let's remove this div. So you can have the hero. And give it a title of, let's say, something like schedule let's just say book your appointment. Book your appointment. At your phone B yes time. Okay. Then below here you can put the appointment form. I do Control S. Let's move to the appointment. So here it is. Another problem is let's now move to that is the hero section. I want us to pass this one. I want us to pass here the title. Okay, so it's supposed to be title. Title, and then here was supposed to be image URL. Where is it? It's supposed to be image so let's just pass it here first. Title, save. Yeah, so you can say like everything or function. Okay, so let's move to the login.jsx, and then in this login.jsx we had the skeleton code. So in this code, okay, or in this section, you're going to input some codes that is going to help us in making the login page or login form. So first of all, let's come to this place here. So here below the function, let's say const email, and then if we set email, we go to use state, like that. So let's do the same for password, and then confirm password, because this login form is going to have only 3 sections for someone to fill. That is for the email, for the password, and even the confirm password. So you can just copy this and then paste it here. You can say password, and then here you can say set password. Yeah, then let's do the one for confirm password. So here is going to be confirm password, then here is going to be set confirm password. Yeah, so okay, now here again what we can do is that let's move to inside the return inside the return part. So here we're going to remove the div because we want to work with the empty tags. You just remove the div, that let just be empty. Then below it you can put now the div. Yeah, so just put the div. Now inside that div, what we're going to do is we're going to give this div a class name. So we're going to give it a class name of, let's say it's going to have the same class name as the one that appointment form had, and also the one that message had. So let's move to the components and move to this appointment form. Now let's copy the whole of this class name because this is the one that we're going to use. So Control C. Then let's move to this login. In here, let's just paste it. So let's paste it that, and then inside that div we are going to have a h2 this h2 is going to have, let's say, just sign in, just a text sign in. Then you can just even put maybe some p tag, or or let's just say, yeah, sign in is okay. Now let's just put the form here. Just put a form here. Now in this form, it's going to have an input. So it's going to be, there's going to be an input that, now this input is going to have a type of, so type is going to be text, and then we're going to say the placeholder is going to be email, and then the value is going to be, let's say, email still. So it's going to be still email. Then let's say on change, this on change just listens to an event. That is for the backend part. Just put this on change, listening for an event. That means if an event happens, then this was supposed to do. So let's say set email, so e.target value. Okay, so in this one, in this input, what we're going to do, we're going to copy it and we're going to paste it. So copy this like that, like this. Okay, yeah, nice. So just copy it, below it just paste it, below it paste it. And just arrange it. Now this one, the first one was the part, the first one was the email. Now the second one is going to be contain the password. So this one, the second one, I'm going to say type is going to be password, and then placeholder is going to be password, and then here inside we're just going to pass the password inside the value. So I'm going to just say password. Now you're going to say set password. Set password like that. And then say the next one is going to be the part of confirming password. So say the same, type is going to be password, placeholder is going to be confirm password. Confirm password. Then here in the on change is going to be confirm password still. Set confirm password. Just copy this, then just paste it. Set confirm password. So okay, like that. Now here what you're going to do again is you're going out to below here, we're going to create a div. Yes, so we're going to create a div, and this div, so see, this is the div. So what's going to happen is this div is going to have a style. This div is going to have a style of let's put these styles on this div. So it's going to have a gap. Gap is going to be 10 pixels. And then we can give it a justify content. The justify content is going to be flex and then here you can say flex direction. So the flex direction is going to be, let's put it to be row. Okay, now inside this div, because like now, meaning that all that styles is the one that is going to apply to that div. Now inside that div, we're going to have first of all a p tag, and then in this p tag, this p tag is going to contain something or a word known as not registered. Meaning that if someone goes to that part of the login, he or she is going to see that not registered, meaning that when he or she presses it, then that person is going to be directed to the registered form. Okay, now this p tag, you can put some styles on it. So you can say like, give it some style. So you can say style, let's say margin, give it a margin bottom to be 0. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, and then below this p tag you want a link. So we're going to create here a link. Yeah, I'm going to create a link like that. Now in this link, what you want to do is that inside this link is going to have our text as register now. Yeah, so like that. You can just cross, you can save it and see. Now in this register, what you can do is that it's going to have almost the same imports as the one for the sign-in. So you can just come here, then copy the all of those imports. So copy them, then just paste it inside here. Okay, let's remove most of these tabs, open tabs. Like that. Yeah, that's okay. So after you've imported those ones, what you can say is that we need to declare here some variables. So you just come below here and do some declaring. So but before that, let's just come here and copy the whole of this one, Control C, then here do Control V. Yeah, so first of all, email, password, and then confirm password. That one I'm not going to use it so much, but let's see. So let's say const first name set first name to be equal to that is use state. Okay, then you can just copy the whole of it, then just paste it. So let's change the first to last. Okay, then already you have the one for email, so you are not going to use that. Already also you have the one for password, but let's remove this one. Okay, let's just put the one for the form. Okay, so I can just copy it, paste it. Now here, as a replacement for the email, we're going to say phone. Here we're going to change this one to NIC. So this is going to be set NIC. And then you can have DOB, that's date of birth. Then here you can have set DOB. Like that. So already you have the one for the password. So let's just remove this, the part of say confirm password, because we won't need it. And then now from this point, we can also create another function known as navigate to, but we're not going to do that right now because I'm going to do that later. Now from this point, I want us to move to inside the return. First of all, as we always do, so just let's remove this div that we can have the empty tags. Now from there, now we can now set our own div. Let's set a new div. This div is going to have the class name, and this class name is going to be the same. So you can just say here. So you can just come to login, then you can copy the whole of this class name. Control copy, come to our register, paste it. Now from this point you can have also height too. Below it, go h2. So side it, you can say sign up. Also Now let's just create the form. This form is going to have a div, and then inside this div we're going to have an input. So you can just go to login and just copy this input, and then turn to the register. It has almost the same input, so just paste it. So the first one is first name. So you can change the placeholder to first name. Can remain as text, and then here just copy it, Ctrl F, okay. From that point so let's just copy it again, and then paste it. So this time is going to be last name. Last name, then here inside you can just say last name. Then here you can just copy the whole of the input like that. So let's just copy it. Then what you can say here, so let's just add us to copy the whole of it with the div like that. Then let's just do Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So this one is going to be email. Going to be email like that. Email. Then the next one is going to be number. So we can change the placeholder to be the mobile number. So value can just say it's phone. Also do the same. Can change this one. That's going to be set fun like that. Can Control S. Okay. So let's do again another one for the NIC. You can just copy the whole of it to the div. That. So here is going to be number. Here placeholder is going to be NIC. Or you can just say government number. Then here I can just say NIC. So it's going to be set NIC. Set NIC. That. So you can do the one for date of birth. So type is going to be date. And then placeholder, let's say it's going to be date of birth. Date of birth. Then the value is going to be DOB. Then it's going to be, this one unchanged is going to be set DOB. Okay. So now let's do another one for the gender. So below this div, you can have another div. This div is gonna contain select. I think it's just almost the same as one for appointment. So let's just come here. Let's just copy it. Yeah, this one here. Like just going to be almost the same as this one. So you can just come and then copy the whole of the div. Control C. Come here. Paste it. Now after having pasted it, so what you're going to do is go and say so gender unchange. Okay. Options male, female. Input is going to be password. So here we're going to just change it to be password. And then the same password. So here inside you're passing the value as password. Then listening and unchange for the password. For the password. Now below this one, below this div, you're going to give it some styles below it. So you can just come here, and then what you can do is you can create another div here. You can create another div here. Now this div, what's gonna happen is you're going to give it this styles. So I'm going to say style, so it's going first of all to have a gap of 10 pixels. Like this just sounds like almost the same as this one, so let's just come. So yeah, just for content or touch around. Yeah, this one is almost the same as the one that we did for this login. So what you can do is you can come here. Okay, or what you can do is you can just copy the whole form, or let's say you can just copy these styles. Oh yeah, like this. So you can just copy the whole of this div. That's Control C. Then you can come and paste it here. So gap 10 pixels, justify content, flex, and flex direction gonna be row. Then this other style, like it's almost like it's the same style as the one that we did for the login. But now we're going to change this one, so it's going to be login now. So it's going to be login now. Yeah, I don't see any other place. Let's say here you're already registered. Already registered. Okay, so what you can do is that yeah, I think everything is okay. Yeah, so let's just save it and see how it is. Yeah, so everything is okay. Press the login, okay, register, okay. Yeah, yes, everything is done, and I think we are through. With our front-end application. So what you're going to come back later, and you're going to we need to reduce the size of this image, and we want to do some small changes, even make this register to be much better. Like we need to make some small changes, but I think we are through with our front end. So the next part you're going to be dealing with is the dashboard. Okay, so we are through with the front end. So as you can see, like we have done all the front end part, and also we have made, like, it just look, everything looks nice in the front end. Even as you can see, like, I've reduced the size of the image. Also, I'm going to do that in this next one. Like, I'm going to reduce also this one for the in the about section, and also this one in the appointment section, and also I'm going to change the type of image that is there. So what you're going to do right now, like, let's move to the dashboard, and we'll be through this part one of the video. So let's move to the dashboard, and still in this dashboard I'm going to give you a default CSS that you're going to find it in the description, and also I'm going to give you the patients.css and also the receptionist.css, and I'll provide for you all the CSS, because, like, remember this CSS, like, they have a lot of lines of code, and I don't want us to spend a lot of time just writing this CSS. Okay, so let's move to the dashboard. Okay, you can just close all the tabs that are open, and let's start afresh. So let's just move to the dashboard, then move to the src folder. We can even just move the index.css because we don't need it. You can just move everything inside it because we don't need it. And let's move to, okay, let's do this. Let's start making some components that you're going to need for this project. So what you're going to do is, let's move to the src here, and in this src we're going to create some components. We're going to start with with creating a folder, and this folder is going to be known as components. Okay, now in this folder is going to have some files. So the first file is going to be add new. Okay, we need to be able to add new doctors or add new admins. So it's going to be add new doctor. You can just call it any name that you want, but I think this one is okay. So add new doctor, add new admin, sorry, .jsx, and then create another folder, another file. Okay, so there's a mistake here. So add new admin .jsx. Okay, so inside it, let's create another file. Let's say add new doctor, .jsx. Then create another file. Let's say, now let's call this the dashboard. Dashboard is just the main part of the home. Okay, usually like the home part of the home part of the whole dashboard. Okay, so dashboard JSX, and then create another file. So this file is going to be known as the doctors.jsx. So this is going to contain the name of all the doctors.jsx. Then let's create another file, login.jsx, again message.jsx, again messages.jsx, patients.jsx, another one, say receptionists.jsx. Then we'll create another one here, the last one in the components, and create another known as the sidebar, bar.jsx. Okay, so these are all the components that you're going to need in this dashboard, and you can create again another folder inside this src. You can create this folder known as the styles. So styles, and these styles folder is going to have only two. Okay, this style folder is going to have only two files. So the first file is going to be the patients.css. We're going to have the patient.css, and then we're going to have another file known as this receptionists.css. Okay, so but I'm going to give you all these styles, like for the patient and for the receptionist. Don't worry about that. So yeah, so from there, let me provide for you all the necessary styles. So what you can do here is you can just close all these. You don't need all of them open. Just close all of them. Okay, so let me provide for you the necessary styles. So you can just come to this app.css, and then here we are going to replace it with our styles. Okay, so as you can see, I've already pasted all those codes that we're going to be using for our app.css. It's a lot of codes. There are 600 plus lines of code, but from this point you can just, like, we're going to get the link to the specific css file in the description, so you can just find it and then you can paste it. Still the same, you're going to like to this patients.css. You can just come here and then you're going to find still the same, okay, another or almost the same css in the description below, and you can just copy it and paste it. Then in this receptionist also, here you can just come and then you can paste that css file that you are going to get from the description. Then you can just save all of them. Now since we already have our css setup done, now let's start making those components to be at least useful and to be functional. So you can do it, like you can come to just all of them and do the usual RAFCE to all of them. Just do the RAFCE, get the skeleton code for all of them so that you can start working with them. RAFCE, let's just be quick. Then stay here. RAFCE, here, RAFCE, and then here, RAFCE, and then RAFCE. I think here there's a mistake. We have login twice, so it's supposed to be messages. So let's remove this message. Let's move this one. So here, so RFCE. Then the patients, let's say RAFCE. Now the last, okay, almost the second last one, RAFCE. See. Okay, now let's move to the there's a typo here. I can just change it. So it's supposed to be sidebar. Okay. Then say the same. Nice. So okay, we have done everything. Now let's move to our first file. So the first one we're going to start implementing is the dashboard, because like remember the dashboard is like the home page of a dashboard, yeah, something like that. Okay, so we can come to our dashboard, and in this dashboard, so remember we have the skeleton file, so we can just start importing also the things we're going to need. Yeah, we can also add, let's say, use contexts. Let's import use contexts, and then also use effect. You're just putting all the things that you're going to need. Use effects, used it. And they're all coming from React. Then from this point you can also do an import of, you want to import, that is a context which is coming from /main, and also you can just import here, we are importing the context, so context, yeah, like that. Okay, also want to import navigate, which is coming from React router DOM, Okay, so again here what we want to do is that we want to import Axios. Now Axios, which is coming from Axios, also still let's import the toasts. So import toasts, and toast is coming from toasts, and it's coming from, that is React Toastify. Okay, again let's import some icons here, some React icons. So we're going to import go check circle fill, that's the go check circle fill. Now this go check circle fill is coming from that is React icons /go. So this, the go check circle fill is going to be very crucial, because remember that it's going to be in that part of the appointments, so that means if maybe the admin or maybe the doctor approves the specific appointment, then it's going to check itself whether if it's a tick or maybe an X. Like if it's an X, then it means like the appointment has not been approved, and if it's a tick, then it means like it has been approved. Okay, so we can come here and then we're going to import, that will be importing AI fill close circle, which is coming again from React icons /AI. Now so let's put it here. Now it's going to be, that is AI, and then fill close circle. Yeah, think like that's okay. Now let's come to this point. I want us to, now so you imported everything that you're going to need in the dashboard part. Now let's move again to let's now start putting the necessary things in the return method. As always, let's start by removing the divs so that can work with the empty divs or empty tags. So remove them. And then from this point you're going to have a section. Now this section is going to have a class name. It's going to have a class name. And this class name is going to have a class name known as dashboard page. Okay, and then inside this section you're going to have a div, and this div this div still is going to have, let's arrange it properly. This div is going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be known as, let's say, banner. Give it a banner class name. Okay, alafu what you can do again is you can create another div here. So this is another div here. Still the same. Okay, still again, let's give this a class name of first box. So this box is going to contain like all the things, because remember, like a dashboard usually has like some specific section on that, on the home page or that dashboard part, which example in this our case is our hospital management system. So it's going to, that one of the box is going to have like all the attendance, or maybe of the patients, or maybe the number of doctors that have been registered, or like etc etc. So like it's going to have all those things there in these boxes. Now here, let's come to this place, and here I want us to put an img tag, and this img tag is going to have a source, and the source is, so I'm going to provide for you like even some assets that you're going to use specifically for this project, so you can use all those assets that I'm going to provide. Okay, so from this point, what I want us to do is that you're going to put that image, so you can come to the assets. I'll provide for you like some assets that you can use, so you can see like you have some PNG photos here, or images, and you can use these images because you're going to find them still in the link in the description, and you can check it in my GitHub, in my GitHub, and yeah, you can just use any image that you want. Yeah, so example here, let's try to use one of these. So you can say like something like Dr. PNG, then I give it an alt to be, let's say, doctor image. Yeah, now from this one, what you want is that, so it's coming from, that is supposed to be dot, yeah, it's supposed to be dot, okay, supposed to be dot slash assets, yeah, dot slash assets slash doc, yeah, it's supposed to be something like this. So let's just save it and see if everything's okay. And do is that you can come to the app.jsx, and then in this app.jsx you're going to find out that we still have those default codes that were provided for us, and we just need to remove them because we don't need them. So you can just clear all of them. You don't need those ones. Also remove these ones, not the function really, this one, and let's remove this logo, and even this, we don't need that one. Okay, yeah, like that, and from that point, what we can do here is that we can like, we need to import these, let's import that dashboard. Let's import the dashboard.gsx after having imported it, and then we need to pass it like here inside the return, inside the function. So you can do is that you can import that is going to be dashboard. It's coming from which is coming from, let's see, I think dot slash components slash dashboard, yeah, dashboard.jsx. And then what you can do is that you can come to here and just pass this dashboard. Yeah, okay, and then control save. Okay, you're getting an error. Let's see why. Oh yeah, so move that and then control S. So we're getting another error in the dashboard. Yeah, I'm making a lot of errors. So I can close all these other tabs because they are confusing. I just close them. You got so many. Okay, just move all these other tabs, and then you can just leave the app.jsx and the dashboard, because those are the only two files that you're working with right now. So let's come to this dashboard. So there's a issue here, so use effect like that. Okay, control S. Okay, don't know why it's not. Wow, I was making a lot of okay, let me just check it again so as to make sure like everything is okay. Yeah, right now everything is okay. Okay, okay, nice. So everything is okay. As you can see, like you've just removed that only that one single code. Here it was here we were importing context which was coming from main. So I've just removed that file, and after having removed this file, okay, this line of code from the dashboard, and then control S. Yeah, everything right now looks okay. Now from this point, now let's start implementing it appropriately. So what we can do is that we can start implementing it. So below this image, because it also seems like there is an issue with our image, because it seems like the React cannot find the path to our image. So what we can do is that let's just continue putting all those things that we're going to need, and then we're going to think about that later on. Okay, so below this img tag you can have another div here. You can have just another div there, and then what we're going to do is here inside this div we're going to have a p tag. Now this p tag, let's see, we're going to have a p tag. This p tag is going to have the text, let's say just hello. You can just put anything that you want, hello, and then you can have h5 there, it's height of 5. And this h5, what you can do is that you can just include anything. you can say like, maybe let's say, maybe if your name, maybe let's say my name is Brian, so you can just say like maybe Brian. Okay, something like that. I just pass it right now like that, but in the next video I'm going to show you how you can pass it so that you can be dynamic, so that when someone, okay, so that when you are the admin, you can tell you like as per your name, specific name, or the first name that you have inputted while you are logging in. Okay, now from that point I want us to, okay, hope everything here is okay. Yeah, everything is okay. Now I want us to come to below this div here, and then below this div you can have another p tag. I don't know why this one is in this color. Then like maybe there's an error here. I just no, everything looks okay. Okay, now inside this p tag, I just save and see if maybe everything is okay. Error here. Okay, let's come to this div here. Can give this div a class name. Can give this div a class name of, let's say, content. Okay. Okay, but here there is another issue here. What you can do is that, let's say can create here another div. And now this div that you are creating right now is going to be the one that is going to, this div, listen, yeah. This div is the one that is going to enclose this one, going to enclose these two here. Going to enclose. Okay, so the issue is, I think here we have forgotten to put that one. Okay, so Control S, just save it, and yeah, everything looks okay. Okay, so let's just continue putting all the things that you're going to need. So what we can do here is that below this div here, below this div, we can have another p tag, and then this p tag is going to contain just some random text. You can say anything. Okay, so you can just say anything. Let's just say something like maybe like, yeah, welcome to healthcare dashboard. Yeah, just anything like, hello Brian, welcome to our healthcare dashboard. Yeah, you can say and just anything like, maybe you can manage everything here. Now like that. Okay, you can just put any text that you want, and then You can just control save it. Okay, don't know why I'm forgetting to put it like that. Okay, so yeah, now let's just concentrate in putting everything that we're going to need in this dashboard. Okay, so below the p tag, below this p tag, and also below these two divs, below this first and second div, can have also another div here. So you can have here another div. So you can have here another div, and this div is going to have a class name. So we're going to give it a class name of, let's say, just second box, the second box. And then inside that div you can have a p tag, and what this p tag has, okay, the text in the p tag can say, like, let's say, like, maybe all appointments, and then you can have here maybe a h3, it's okay. Then have here h3. This h3, you can just put any figure that you want, let's say maybe 300, yeah, just anything. And then you can come to this point. I want us to copy this div, copy the whole of it, Control C. Then you can just paste it again here. After having pasted it, now I want us to change this text from second to third box, then class name, that's the class name. And then you can say here maybe something like maybe all doctors, and then you can just put here any random number. Let's say maybe, I don't know, maybe 9, something like that. Yeah, maybe 9 doctors, like that. Yeah, so from this point I just Control S, and let's see. Yeah, you can see like how beautiful, like it's subdividing itself. It looks very nice. So from this point, then Control S, and then you can save it. Yeah, everything now looks okay. Now from this point, like, I want us to add some new things into the dashboard, so at least it may appear much better. Now, so what you can do here is, let's come to this point. I want us to move to this second div. Then, okay, in this last div here, this div, you can have another div here, and now this div is going to have a class name. Let's see, and put here another div, and now this div is going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be known as, let's say, like, this div, the class name, can call it banner. Let's give it banner. Then inside this div, what you can do is we can have a height, but this height is going to be of h5. Let's say h5. Then this h5 is going to have maybe, let's say, appointments, appointments, So we are going to create here below it a table. Going to create a table here. Now inside this table, what you can do is you can have a thread, let's say like a t head. Let's say, yeah, that the t head is going to be now in this t head, what you can do is, now this is the head of that table. What you can do is that you can give it a tr, that's for the row. Okay, so tr, that's for the row, and then inside this tr again we can have some th. Okay, now in this th, let's say you can have different text inside it. So the first one you can say, let's say patience. Let's say patience. You can just copy this part here, Control C, and then you can paste it a couple of times. The second one you can change it from patience. Let's say let's change it to date. And then the second one you can change it to doctor. And then this other one you can change it to department. Then you can paste it again and again. Change this other one to, let's say, status, and then we are visited. Okay, I know you might be wondering, like, okay, these are like maybe the, not, let me say, like the subtitle or the subtitle of that dashboard part. So example here, in this patient is going to show like the name of the patient who is asking for an appointment. And then you have the date. It's going to show us the date that, like, the day that they want the appointment to be, or maybe they are requesting it to be. And then the doctor they're going to see, the type of doctor. Remember, like, you have different type of doctors that we had implemented in our front end part. I don't know if you can remember those. Then you have status. Status means that if someone visits the clinic or the hospital, if he or she visits, then the appointment is successful, then the status is going to change to visited. If the appointment is not approved, then it's going to be not approved. And then also is the other one, like, it's approved, so the patient or the person can come and visit and see the doctor. Yeah, hope you're understanding that point. Now, from that point, what you can do here, you can again start to implement. You can just move that is below this head here. Okay, so after saving this part, if you save it, then this is what you're getting. Yes, look nice. But right now, what you're going to do is, we are not going to implement this part of showing the patient, the date, doctor, or what, like, we're not going to implement this part. I'm going to implement it like in the next video, so that I can show you how in real time you can get data about our patients when they book for appointments. Then in real time you're going to get those data on this dashboard. Okay, now let's move on to the next part. So you can move on to the next part, which is, let's make the sidebar. So that needs to be somewhere here. Okay, so what you can do is, you can, first of all, you can go to that's the sidebar, and implement everything for the sidebar. But before that, I want us to go to the app.jsx. I want us, like in this app.jsx, I want us to import everything that you're going to need, and also I want us to pass all those components inside the return or inside that function, so that each and every time when you're going to update those components, you don't need like to come and then just and then change them every time. Okay, so let's just come here, and then I want us to import everything that you're going to need to the app.jsx. So come to this point and can just say import, let's say, so you can just also import React, no big deal about it, but still like it can function without importing that, without this line of code that I'm writing, but let's just use it. Then use context, and then use effect, and they're all coming from React. Also, let's import the React the browse router, and also that's the routes and the routes and the router, and they're all coming from React router DOM. So what we are going to do here, they're all coming from, let's change this, they're coming from React router DOM. Now what you're importing is these are what we're importing. So we're importing the browser router. We're importing it as, so importing browser router as router with a capital R, and then also you have the routes. Finally, we have the route. Okay, yeah, route. Think, yeah. Yeah, like that. Okay, yeah. And then also stay here. What you can do is that we need to, let's already had imported the dashboard, so let's import the login, because you have a component known as the login. So import login, which is coming from /components /login. Okay, so importing the login here. Okay, now this one here, can just copy this one, just copy it, and then you can paste it a couple of times. So paste it, then paste it again, then paste it again. So this one you can just change it. So you can change this one to be, just put it like this. You can change this to add new doctor. Okay, then let's change this second one here. You can change it to messages, meaning that if maybe someone has a reply or a feedback for the hospital, then you can get all those messages there. So this one you can change it to doctors. Then paste it again and again. So these are done. This one you can call it patients, and then here you can have receptionists. yeah, also let's say like I'm going to import the sidebar. And then the last one I think is add new admin. Yeah, add new admin. So those are all those components are going to need. Also still let's import Axios. Can also do here like import Axios, which is coming from Axios. Okay. Also here you can do, let's import the React Toastify. So React Toastify, the toast is coming from React Toastify. So I can just say here React Toastify. Okay. So here you can say the toast container. Okay. Also still let's okay, we already have the app.css. Now let's pass all of those ones, everything that you have, all those components that you have imported. Now let's pass all of them inside the return method. So what you can do is these empty tags, you can change them to be router. So you can change them to router. Okay. Yeah, router, like that. And then inside this router, what you want is want to make it so that when someone presses the sidebar, he or she will be redirected to the specific route or the specific of the specific page. Okay, like example, if someone presses the login, he or she is supposed to be directed to the login page. If you press maybe the add new admin, the same. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to come to below this router and we're going to add routes. Now in this we're going to add here routes. Here, like inside these routes, like this. So this route is going to contain like everything that we're going to need. Example, you can say here, inside these routes you're going to have, inside this you're going to have the route, and this route is going to be like for the specific component or specific file in the components. So let's say here's going to be the route, and remember the route is self-closing, and the path of the route, so the first one is the dashboard. So let's say let's give it the path to be like that. Then element is going to be, so you can just take this, the whole of this dashboard, and put it down like that. Yeah, so the whole of that. So you can just do the same. You can just copy the whole of this route, Control C, and then Control V. You can paste it a couple of times. Okay, I think that is enough. Then the next one you can say it's a login. So change it to login. Then you can pass it the login here. Login. Next one is the doctor, like add new doctor. So the route is going to be here. So you can say doctor slash add new. Meaning if you want to add new doctor, you're going to like to go until to that specific path. So here you can say add new doctor. Okay, the next one is the add new admin, but the route is going to be, that's going to be admin slash add new, and then here you can change it to, that's going to be add new admin. And then the next one is the let's say that's going to be the messages, so you can just say messages route, and then here you can just say messages like that. Then here the next one, doctors, and just come here and then paste it a couple of times again. Okay, here we have patients, then patients, just like that. Then the almost last one, yeah, the last one is the receptionist. Then here you can change it to receptionist. Okay, so yeah, from that point I think everything is okay. Control save. So control save. It seems like there's a couple of errors here. Did you create like add new doctors, that file? So it was supposed to be. Oh, so there's a typo here. So it's supposed to be add new doctor, not what you've written here. So it's supposed to be add new doctor. Add new doctor like that. We just control all, move it, FC again. Okay. Then control save. Yeah, everything now looks perfectly clean. Maybe there's an error. This is supposed to be toast container. Everything is okay. Okay, so now from this point I want us to now move to the part that we were supposed to cover, which is the sidebar. Now let's move to the sidebar and start to implement it. So after we are through with our app.jsx, so you can come to our sidebar, and then in this sidebar going to implement everything, we're going to push something here yeah, on this the left part of this dashboard, we're going to put here something like a bar, and it's going to contain all our navigation. Okay, yeah, so from this point I want us to come to this sidebar, and as always I want us to import all the things that you're going to need or require in this project. So from this point I want us to can add here, we're going to use use context, and we're going to use effects, and also you're going to use state, and as one that is use reference, use ref. Okay, and then here again you can import. You're going to import thome, and thome is coming from that is React icons /ti. Just want that icon, so it is thome. Okay, so the same here. I want to import that's gonna be, that is ri logout box logout box fill, array logout box fill, and this array logout box fill it's coming from, that's gonna be the React icons /ri. And again, let's import here. Want to import here the AI fill. Yeah, close up all this. So AI fill, and then message. And this one, it's coming from React icons, that's AI. Yeah, and then again can import again, that is GI hamburger menu, GI hamburger menu, GI hamburger menu. Then this one is coming from React icons GI, so that's gonna be the React icons /GI. Also, let's import that's gonna be FA user doctor. That's gonna be the FA user doctor. This FA user doctor is coming from React icons /FA6. FA6. Then again, we can just copy this, paste it again. change this one to that's gonna be md add moderator. Then this one can be React icons, and then you can say here md. This second one you can say can be io. Then you can say person add sharp. So let's continue with our sidebar. So here below you can again just copy this, Control C, then just move below, Control V. Then here you can change the name here to be, let's say gonna be BS people field, and it's coming from React icons slash BS, and then paste it again. So here we are importing, that is hi user group, and it's coming from React icons slash h1, then paste it again. So again here what you can do is you can do like import. So we're going to import Axios from Axios. Again, let's import. Here we're going to import Toast, and Toast is coming from that is React Toastify. Again, let's have here, so you can have here, use navigate, navigate, and it's coming from React Router DOM. Then what we can do here, like also we need to import our logo that we're going to use. So import, let's say, logo from /assets/logo.png. If I'm not wrong, I think that's how it is. So let's come to these assets. Logo.png. Yeah, so okay, so those are all the imports that we need right now. So apart from that, so what you're going to do is, now let's move to this, to this return of the div, and put first of all the content, and then we'll start declaring some variables. So here, as always, let's remove this one and it to be an empty div. And then here, as always, let's have here a div. Let's say this time, let's give it a, let's say supposed to be now. Okay, let's say it will be now, so that it can be the same as just navigation. Now this nav, what's gonna be is that it's going to have a div inside it again. It's going to have a div, and then this div is going to have a class name. This div is going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be known as logo container. Logo container. And inside this div, let's have the img tag with the source to be, that is logo, and we are going to give it an alt tag. We're going to have an alt tag. So the alt, that's the alternative. You can just say logo. Then you can give it a class name. So you can just say the class name is just logo. Okay. From there, what you can do is that you can just come below this div and create another div. You can create here another div. This div now we can give it a class name. You can give it a class name known as, let's say, links, and inside this div you can also have another div. Now this div that you're going to have here, this div, see the same, this div is going to have this logo. And okay, before that, let's say inside this div it's going to have this logo. So this logo is known as the thome, just a React logo. And then here inside we're going to have a span. Now this span, what's going to happen is inside this span we're going to put the text or the word home. Okay. Now this div is going to have an on click. So we're going to have an on click, so that when someone presses it, then it needs to perform a given action, and this action is going to be known as go to home page. Don't worry, you're going to implement it later. So you can say like go to home page. Yeah. Now, still the same, so you can do just the same thing but for the other ones. So from this point you can just copy this div here. You can just copy it and then can paste it a couple of times. Okay, so let's just let's see. So we copied it from this point. So let's just fix this. Sorry for the background noise. Okay, so so from this point here you can say again, this one you can say it is let's say FA user doctor. So we are using these ones here, like example here, this is the home we are using. So we can say here that is FA user doctor. So you can just copy this one. This is the Control C. You can just come here and you can just paste it. Here you can say, you can change the word to be doctor, or yeah, doctor. Even doctor is still no problem. Doctor. Okay. Okay. So here it's supposed to be go to doctor page. So go to doctor. Go to doctor's page. Let's say doctor's page. Then here we can have the md add moderator. So here the md add moderator, just copy it, then come to this point, paste it, and then here you can say add new admin, say add new admin. Okay, so here again, after having added that new admin, now let's say add new doctor. Here you can say something like add new doctor. Add new doctor, and then this add new doctor is going to have these icons. It's going to have this icon. Let's copy it, and then here. Okay, like that. So here, okay, so here first of all change also this. We're supposed to say go to add new admin, go to add new admin, new admin. Okay, so here still the same. Is supposed to go to say to go to add new doctor. Yeah, go to add new doctor, go to add new doctor. Okay, so still the same. You can just come here, and I want us to copy the whole of this div. Copy the div, then you can paste it still a couple of times, once, and then let's say just again this was 3 times. Okay, add new doctor. So the next one is, let's say, patients. So let's change this one, be patients. Okay, now in this patients, it's going to have this logo, the BS people fill. So you can just control copy, the patient, yeah, here. So for that, then here is going to say go to patients page, go to patients page, go to patients page, and then here you can add the receptionist, receptionist. So this receptionist is going to have this logo, the high user group. This one, and just gonna have this logo. So Control C. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Then Control paste it. So here is going to be go to receptionist page. So first of all, what is it? Go to patients page. Yeah. So go to receptionist page. It's supposed to be go to receptionists page. And then the next one we can have is the messages. So you can change this one to be messages. Now in this messages is going to have this icon, that is the AI fill message. This one, yeah. So is it the R or AI? I don't know. So the AI, to copy. So paste it, and then let's change here. So we're going to say go to messages page, go to messages page. Now we have the another one that you need to do, that is for the logout button. Okay, so you can just copy it again and then come paste it. So from here you can say this one handles the logout, so you can change the name to be logout. So logout. Now from this logout is going to have this logo known as the RI logout box fill. So you can just copy that from there, then move here, paste the logo here. Okay, like that. Now from this point, so and remember this logout still is going to have like a handle. It's going like to be direct to handle logout. Okay, so that's meaning when someone clicks and this on click listens to that event, going to go to like going to handle that logout activity. So you can just say here, like handle logout. Yeah, so I think all of those are the ones that we're going to need here. Now from this point, now I need us to move that is below this navigation bar. From this navigation div, just put another div here. Now inside this div can have a class name, and this class name can be, let's say, wrapper. Can have the class name wrapper, and let's give it some style. Okay, let's give this div some style. So you can give it some style. Let's say, okay, you can give it here. Let's say here, you can say style. Let's say or let's not give it here. Okay, well, we'll do that later. Let's not do that right now. Let's not give it a styles right now. So from here, let's have this. Let's put here this icon, a hamburger menu. So you can just copy the hamburger menu. It's going to control the expanding and the contraction of the sidebar. I just paste it, the hamburger menu. Okay. This hamburger menu is going to have a class name, so you can give it a class name. It's going to have a class name which is known as hamburger. Class name known as hamburger, and then you can have an on click. Can have an on click, and this on click. So right now it's just set to, let's say, set show show. It's not equal to show like that. So this just it controls like the expanding and the contraction of that sidebar. Okay. Now from this point I want us to move to this the hamburger menu. So I think everything is almost done. Now let's just start from this point. Let's start declaring some variable here at the top. So from this point you can say first of all const show set show to be equal to use state, and now let's say for it to be false, and here you can still say const, let's say const sidebar with a small s, const sidebar ref, let's say to be used, set it to use ref, and then to have a null to be null, and then here you can say const, let's say if someone is authenticated, like we need to show him this part, like if you're authenticated then means you're supposed to, if you're authenticated as the admin, then you are supposed to be shown the whole sidebar and the whole dashboard in general. So we can put this part, but I don't want to put it right now, whereby we will be trying to check if someone is authenticated or if you're not. So but you're going to implement it later, so let's not put that on. Now from this part I want us to still declare some variable here, so you can just say so you can just say here, let's say const go to home page. So meaning that when these, let's move here, so you can see like it's from this div here, the one with the home logo here, the React. So what we want is that when this logo is clicked, it need to run this function go to home page. So that's what you're implementing right now in here, on top of here. So you want it when it's pressed, it needs to react in this way. So this is going to be so you can say navigate to just slash, meaning it's not going to move anywhere. Then let's say show to be false. Okay, then let's do the same for the for the go to doctor's page, and etc. and etc. So you can say here, so const go to doctor's page. So when you're going to press this icon, it needs to react in this way. So when you press it, it needs to navigate you to, I just copy this one because they're almost the same one, so Control C, then Control V, but only change the route. So it's going to be doctors. Okay, now let's just copy this one, Control C, then just paste it. So this one, you can just paste it a couple of times because you're going to use it a couple of times. So here, so now this one, I say it's supposed to be go to message page. So So it's going to be go to message page. So even the route is going to change. It's going to be messages. Still set show is set to false. Then the next one, like let's say go to add new doctor. So go to, let's remove this, go to add new doctor. Then let's change the route so that it can be, let's say the doctor slash add new, and then set show is going to still remain to false. Then let's again come to this place, can remove this, can say add new admin, then route's gonna change to, that's gonna be admin slash add new. Okay, so you can come here again, then paste it a couple of times. Okay, I think like that's okay. So the next one that we're going to, so it's going to be go to patients page. So let's say it's going to be patients, go to patients page. I hope that's correct. Yeah, go to patients page. Okay, route, so the route is gonna be go to patient page. The route is just gonna be patients. Then the next one, you can have the one for the last one for the receptionists. So you can say go to receptionists, go to receptionist page. Route is gonna be just receptionists. Just copy this receptionists. Yeah, like that. You can just control save. Okay, so you're having here trouble. So there's an issue with the one, so let's just turn to it. Okay, so from this point what you can do is that so let's save it again. So everything's okay, but now the problem is the sidebar is not showing. It's supposed to be here. So this only means one thing, and that is, so let's just move to the app.jsx. But from this point you have already imported the sidebar, but you have not included it into this function. So what we can do here, we can just copy this, the sidebar, Control C, come to here, can just paste it like that, Control save, continue. So okay, so what you can do is that getting this error, meaning go to page is not defined. So you can do is you can come here. What you can just do, and just go and copy this, Control C, then just paste it here, then saying that okay. So Control S, yes, fresh. So go to home page, const go to home page. I think that save. So let's see. What's the issue again? AI fill message. Okay, so it's supposed to be AI fill message AI fill. So what is the see? So it's going to be AI fill message. So is it supposed to be somewhere here? Yeah, it's here. AI fill message. So it's supposed to have an E. So what we have just done is that we've only, like, we forgot to declare the handle logout. This handle logout from this part, let me show you from this part here. So these are like this handle logout, like it was not declared. So I just came and then I created here a small async. It's supposed to be an async function, but yeah, it's just an empty async function. Like this is what you are getting. So as you can see, like it looks very nice and it's very beautiful. Look at that, very beautiful. So but now the problem is, okay, so you can see like there's a problem here, so you just need to arrange it to be proper. So what you can do here is that, let's see, for example, if someone presses the home and then the doctors, they add new, you can see like it moves to new pages or new routes. Yeah, there's the routes. Okay, so I don't know, like that. So yeah, so it looks very nice. So the only thing we need to change is that we need this part to be on the left side of this screen. But on small devices it looks very nice. You can just see it looks very nice. But still, even on small devices, you can maybe like put it inside this hamburger menu so that when someone presses it, like it needs to expand so as to show someone all the different routes that he or she can navigate to. Okay, so everything is okay. So let's just correct that. Okay, so what I've done here is that if you come to this, if you come to first of all to this nav, you can just paste this line of code. And what this line of code does is that first of all it references the sidebar ref, and then it gives it a class name, meaning that if show is true, then it needs to have the class name show sidebar. Then if show is not true, is false, then it needs to have the class name sidebar. Okay, that means that, say, control S, if we save it, then you can find like this how it looks. And then also I've made some changes on this part here, so meaning this div has the class name wrapper. Then you can just remove this one as the class name wrapper. Yeah, this div has the class name wrapper, and inside it you have the hamburger menu. And in this hamburger menu has the class name hamburger. And then on click, meaning that if you click it, then it need to show if the show is not, if it's not shown, the hamburger is not shown. Okay, if we control and save it, then this is how it looks. If we click on this one, you can see like it has that cursor effect. Okay, so if you click it, you can see like it shows itself. Yeah, and then if you click it again, yeah, so our sidebar looks quite okay. Now let us implement some small effect here, so that when someone clicks it, and then like you don't need to again to move to that hamburger for you to click it, so that the hamburger can move backward. So we want to implement this part, so that even if you click outside the sidebar, this automatically this sidebar is supposed to move, like I'll move inside or disappear if it was open. I don't know if you have understood me now. So what we're going to do here, can come to this point that's going to be, let's say, below this. Now below here you can say use effect. Now this use effect is going to have consts, and it's going to have a const of handle click, and say handle click outside. And this handle click outside is listening for an event. It's listening for an event. And then inside here we want to use the if else statement. Okay, let's just use the if. So you can say like if, so just you can say if and then put the condition inside here. You can say if sidebar ref dot current, if sidebar ref dot current, and use the and is not sidebar ref dot current dot contains, and then passing the event dot target. Then this is what it needs to, if, let me show you that this means like if sidebar ref dot current and is not sidebar ref dot current dot contains, then we pass the event dot target, then this is what needs to be executed. So it needs to do the set show to be false. Okay, like that. Now from here you can just say like, maybe let's say document dot add event listener, so this event listener is going to listen to these clicks. If someone clicks outside the sidebar, then it needs to direct or move the sidebar inwards. Okay, so say here mouse down. Okay, so this is what needs to be done, which is handle click outside. Okay, like that. Then here you can just put a return, which means that if that's the document dot, let's say the document dot remove event listener, document dot remove event listener, then this what needs to be done, which is just mouse down, then it's gonna be handle click outside. Okay, so you can just save it. Then pass here an empty array. Okay, like that. Control S. Okay, so let's see. You can see how it functions, meaning that if you press the hamburger menu, then the sidebar shows itself. But if you press the hamburger menu again, you can see like there's this effect here. So let's say like if you press outside, then it functions as we want it to function. Yeah, so even you can see like even the routes are okay. If you just press here, add new, the routes are functioning perfectly. So the only thing that is left for us to do is, now let's do this. Now let's implement the next part. Now we are through with our sidebar. What you can do here, we are through with our sidebar. Now let's move to the doctors.jsx. Now in this doctors.jsx, first of all, you're going to import all the things that you're going to need. First of all, let's do here. So we're going to need the use context, and also the use effect, also the use state. Okay, and all coming from React. Also still you can do like going to import Axios. You're going to import Axios, and Axios is coming from still Axios, and then import. We're going to import here, let's move this on. So it's going to be React Toastify, and then we are importing toasts. Remove this, then so toasts. Okay, and then import that is context, import context from -- main, and also import that is navigate, putting navigate from React router DOM. Okay, React router DOM, but still also we don't need this one here. Don't need this. You can just comment it out. You don't need it. So okay, so let's start declaring some variable. But before that, what we can do is that you can start now putting some content in inside our function. So from here, what you can do is that you can remove this one, you can remove this div. Okay, or you can just do this. Let's replace it with section. So you can just say section. Okay, and then from this section is going to have a class name. It's going to have a class name known as, let's say, page doctors. Class name page doctors. Then here we can have a height 1, and then this height 1 you can say like, say doctors, and then here we can have also another div. Just put here another div, like that. And then this div can have a class name. Can just give it a class name of, and this class name can be banner. Okay, so what you can do here is that first of all, let's create our form. Okay, so what you can do here, now below this banner we can first of all create another div, and we can say something like this. We can again create another div, You can create here another div, and this div you can call it, you can give it a class name. You can say class name equals to, let's say, just avatar. Okay, yeah, just card. Yeah, avatar is supposed to be for the image, so supposed to be just card. Now here inside you can have maybe an image of a particular doctor but what we're going to do right now first is, let's just have this part. Let's say you're going to have an image, an img tag of a particular doctor, and the source is going to be, we're going to provide the source. Okay, so you can say, and also you can say the alt, you can give the alt is going to be doctor avatar, doctor's avatar. Now, so the source of the particular image, we're going to just use any. Right now, we're going to just use any image, but in the next video I'm going to show you how you can fetch it directly. Okay, so from this point you can just leave it like that, but we're going to come and then implement it much better. So what we're going to do again is that we're going to have a h1 or a height 1, okay, a height 4, sorry, height 4 here. So this height 4 is going to have this, the particular is going to contain the particular details of the doctor with the first name and the second name. Okay, but this part we're going to make it dynamic in the next video, so that means like it's not a must for us to include it, but also you can just include it. You can put even some random text, let's say just Brian. Can we just put Brian? No problem. But even you can just function without it because it's not important right now. And then this h4, now below this h4 let's create another div. This div is going to have, let's create here another div. Now there's a lot of divs that we have created, but don't worry. Below this div, what you're going to do is that this div, we're going to give it first of all a class name. So we're going to give it a class name of, let's say, details. So it's going to have a class name of details, and then like it's going to have a p tag. Let's give it a p tag. Now this is just some paragraph that's going to, so let's say in this p tag going to inside it, so you can say the first one is email, so it's going to be email, and now in this email it's going to have it's going to give it a span. Then in this span what you're going to do is, like it's supposed to fetch the email as per the database, or as per what the admin had inputted into it. So but right now you can just say maybe email, let's say just Brian maybe at gmail.com, just for an example, Brian at gmail.com, and then you can just come here, then just copy this p, copy it, then you can just paste it again. Now let's come here. I want us to replace this one with the phone number. Then here you can just put any phone number. Here you can just input any phone number. Okay, let's first of all save. I think we are going to get some error. Yeah, so we're going to get so empty expression. Okay, getting here, so you can just say anything. Okay, let's import, let's do this. Let's import, let's look at our assets. What is it? let's import doc. Let's import doc, and doc is coming from dot dash slash assets slash doc dot png. Okay, Control S, and then let's look at it. I think oh yeah, you're not okay. So from this point we need to pass the doc. Okay, Control save. Yeah, so at this point, okay, from here you can just say the Brian at Gmail as the phone number, and then so phone number you can just put any number, 11111, just any number. Then this one you can say it can be DOB, that just means date of birth. DOB, date of birth you can just put any date, just for the, you can just put even you can just put any date here. And then the next one, but remember we need like to make this to be dynamic, because we don't need like to be importing the details of the doctors on these codes. Okay, so we need like to be working with our user interface. So right now I'm just doing this only to show you how it's gonna look, okay, or the UI part of it, but we need to make it to be dynamic. Okay, so here you can put the gender, and the gender here you can just say male. Okay, yeah, like that. Okay, and if what we can do here is that, let's say so there is let's make here some changes, so that if maybe there is no doctor, then you can say like maybe like no registered doctor has been found. Okay, or still what you can do here is, let's say you can do this instead. From this point also you can just, because of stressing, let's not stress ourselves, we can just take the whole of this div, the whole of this one here, and what you can say is you can remove it, and you can just put the h2. So we're going to implement it later. You can just do this, and then you can just say, that no registered doctor has been found. Okay, yeah, you can just even put it like this, has been found, because remember, like I told you, like this part one, I want just show you how you can make the UI part of the front end and the UI part of the dashboard, so that the next time I'm going to show you how you're going to implement the backend with even you're going to change some parts of the UI. Okay, yeah, but now right now I'm just making the static part of it. Okay, yeah, you can just move it and put it like that. you can see, like right now we are through with our doctors section. Now let's move to the next part, which is add new. Let's go now to add new doctor, because right now we are through with the doctor. So let's go to the add new doctor. Now to this section, like we need to make this section to have the necessary content. Okay, so let's just move to the okay, as you can see, like in this doctors file, we have here some imports that you haven't used, but as I had told you earlier while we were making this part, I told you that these imports we are going to use them. Like I'll show you how you're going to use them like in the next video, but right now I just want to show you like how you can just arrange everything in the UI, but I'm going to show you how you're going to use it next time. So let's move to the add new doctor section. Now in this file we already have the skeleton code. Now let's first of all, as always, let's start by importing all the things that you are going to need. So first of all, you can add here. You can add here the use state, use context, and also as obvious, let's add the, or still, instead of doing this, you can just come to, let's say, to the doctors section. Let's come to doctors, then let's just copy everything, because you're going to use almost everything. Then that's the new doctor here. Then you can just paste it. Now from here you're going to need this one. The first one you're going to need it, and then Axios, you're going to need Axios. And then you're going to need navigate, but still also you can also, let's say here, you can also add, I'm going to need the use navigate. I'm going to need the use navigate, and it's coming from React Router DOM. Also you're going to need to use context coming from main, but that's not important, as let's just comment it out as it is here. And then also, yeah, I think also only those ones. So you can remove, first of all, you can remove this PNG file, this PNG image. Also we can also remove this toast. Let's remove this toast because we know we're not going to use it, and so we don't need it. Okay, so as always, let's first of all go to our return, inside our return, so that we can put the necessary content inside. So let's come to this return, and you can change this div. Let's put them as sections. Let's change them so that it can be section, and then inside this section it's going to have a class name. And now this class name, you're going to say the class name is going to be, let's say, page. And then inside it you're going to have also another section. Now this other section is going to have a class name. We're going to say the class name is gonna be, so the class name is going to be, let's say, container add doctor form. Okay, container add doctor form. So the purpose of this section is going to contain that form that you're going to fill in order for the admin to add another doctor in the organization or in the hospital. Okay, so it's going to be in this, it's going to be in this section. Okay, so inside this section what we're going to do is we're going to have a h1. And this h1 is going to have a class name. But before that, let's say it's going to have so we're going to say register a new doctor. I'm going to say let's say register a new doctor. and after you can say like register new doctor. Here we can give it a class name, so let's give it a class name of let's give it a class name of form title, and then below this h1 you're going to have a form. Now this form is going to have an on submit, but let's not put that right now. So let's first of all give let's put a div inside it. Let's put a div inside it. Now this div, what we're going to do is that we're going to give again this div a class name. So it's going to have a class name. This div is going to have a class name of, let's say, just first wrapper. The first wrapper. And as per, like, I know you might be confused, like, why are you giving them all these class names? So these class names are, if you want like to know like the specific styles that are being applied using this class name, you can just you can go to this apps.css that I had provided for you. Then you can just like search like, or you can look like for that specific name, and you're going to see like all those styles that are being applied to the specific file, okay, to the specific class name. Okay, yeah, so you don't be confused about that. So yeah, let's turn here. So the class name is first wrapper. Again, let's put here another div. Now this div is going to still have a class name, and we're going to say the class name is going to be, let's say the class name is going to be avatar. So it's going to contain that's an image. So inside this div, we're going to have an img tag. So we're going to have here an img tag, and it's going to have a source. So we're going to say src is equals to, so we need this src to be dynamic, so that meaning that when a new doctor is brought into the organization, then he or she needs needs to be dynamic. I don't know if you understand. Okay, so from this point, because we want it to be dynamic, let's say we're not going to import any image right now. Okay, so let's just leave it empty as for now, but we are going to just put maybe a static image later. But in the future, in the next video, I'm going to show you how you're going to make it to be dynamic. Then you can give it an alternative. Then you can say like here is going to be the doctor photo, and then below here you can give it also a class name. You can give the image a class name, and you can say the class name is equals to, let's say, avatar img. Yeah, avatar img. It's okay. Yes, so it needs to be inside. Okay, and then now below this img, what you can do is you can give it a label. You can put here a label, and this label, inside this label, we are going to, like, you can have this text, like, let's say just upload avatar inside that label. So what we can do here is that in this label we can give it a class name, but first let's give it a HTML. Let's say it's a HTML 4, and then give it to be avatar, then give it a class name, and you can say the class name is avatar label. Yeah. So Let me arrange it. Like that. So what you can do here is let's try to import this. Just put here a static image. I'm gonna put the doc here, the doc here. So okay. Now below this, the label, we're going to have an input. Below this label, we're going to have an input. And remember, the input is self-closing. So this input is going to have a type, and we can say like the type. Its type is going to be file, and it's going to have an ID. So the ID is going to be avatar. And let me arrange this one. Yeah, like that. Right now it looks perfect. So the ID is avatar, and then you can give it an on change, which an on change. You can say this is just handle avatar. Handle avatar, and then you can give it a class name. So let's say the class name is going to be just avatar input. Avatar input, like that. So this is the div that you've created, and now let's put here another div below this div. So div here, this div is going to have an input, another input, almost the same as the one that you've created, but still the same like this input, almost the same, but this input is going to have another class name. So it's going to have a class name. So I'm going to give it a class name of, let's say, just inputs, like that. And here it's going to have an like that input. So you can just copy this input like as the one that you have created above. Just copy this input and you can paste it inside this new div. You can just paste it like that. So what we're going to change here, the type is okay text. Placeholder, you can say here is going to be, let's say here the placeholder is going to be, you can say here it's going to be just first name, and then let's say value, can give it a value. So you can say the value is going to be first name. Value is going to be first name, and then it's going to have an on change. So we don't need to have an ID here, because remember, like this, just an input bar. So we don't need to have an ID there. So value is first name, and then we can have like, it's going to have an on change. Now this on change is going to change, so we're going to change this from handle avatar to, let's remove this. So this on change is going to, first of all, listening for an event. Okay, and again, so set first name, that's going to be e dot target dot value, e dot target dot value, and then the class name is going to be, let's change the class name, it's going to be input field. So it's going to be the input field. Okay, like that. Now let's create another input here. So what you can do is you can just copy this input, then you can just paste it like that. So this is going to have the same type text placeholder. You can say here last name, then here you can just be last name. So set name, set first name, here can be set last name, set last name. Yeah, so still the same. Then let's create another one here below this one. So this one, that the placeholder, we are going to say it's email. Going to contain the email value. You can just give it email, and then on change. So here you can say set email. Then it's going to be still an input field. So the next one is going to be, let's say, just for the mobile number, and then for the NIC, or you can call it, say, just the government number. You can just paste it a couple of times. Now this one, so this one you can change so that the placeholder can be, let's say, just mobile number. And still, because it's going to be a mobile, it's going to be a mobile number, and number like phone number or mobile number is usually in number. So we're going to say type is going to be just number. So the value is going to be phone, and then so it's going to be here set phone, like that. Then it's going to be an input field. So this next one we can just this next one is going to be NIC. So the type is going to be still number. Let's say number. Placeholder, you can just put NIC, or you can say just government. You can say just the government number, something like that. Then value, you can just say NIC. Okay, since you're calling it NIC, you can just change it to be NIC, no problem. You can leave it like that or just change it. But let's just put it like that, so as for compatibility. And then here, you can just say set NIC. Yeah, set NIC. So the next one is going to be the date of birth. So still you can come here, then paste it a couple of times. So here the type, because it's date of birth, so type is going to be date, and this date you can put it like this. So we can put it like this, then side here and say it's gonna be date. And then placeholder you can give, say it's the date of birth. You can just say date of birth, and then value is going to be DOB. That just means date of birth, or represents date of birth. So it's going to be like that. On change is going to be set DOB. So going to be an input field. So here again you can say the next one is going to be for the gender. So here we don't need like to have the type, but we don't need like to have the type, but you can say here, let's put it to be value. Here you can just say, you can replace it with value, and here is going to be gender. Placeholder, we don't need it, because like remember, gender are either two, either if you are a male or a female. Okay, from that point you can just remove the placeholder, and this value here is going to still have an on change still. So here you're going to say set gender, so set gender like that, and still going to be like an input field. Okay, now below this input, below the gender here, we can have some option. So you can say option like that. Now this option is going to prompt someone to select, or the admin to select the gender of the particular doctor. So you're going to say select gender, and now this select gender is going to have a value. So initially we're going to set the value to just an empty, to set it as empty, because it has not been selected or has not been chosen. Then below this option you can have, okay, you can just do this, just copy this one, then you can just paste it multiple times, paste it like that. Okay, now here still the same. So here inside we're going to say this is going to be male, and then you can change the change here to be male. Okay, and then the second one is going to be female, then change here so that it can be female. Okay, like that. Okay, so from this point, so it was supposed to be inside the select. Sorry, there's an issue. Sorry, I forgot to put this one inside the select. So you can just select. Okay. So below this one here, below this option, like yeah, this to be, you can just do like that. Okay, like that. Now below this select here, you can again have another input. Now this input, you can just copy this one here, Control C. So here this one, you can change it to be, let's say, it's not going to be date anymore, so you can change it to be, the type to be password. The type is going to be password, and then the placeholder is going to be just password. Again, value password, so just value password. And then what you can say is that it's going to still have an on change, so on change is going to be here the same, but here is going to be password with a capital P. Class name is going to be still be an input field. Okay, so below here again you can also have another select. Inside this select, we are going to have a value, and this value, yeah, you can choose, you can choose it to be dynamic. Here you can say doctor department, but we're going to create this array of the departments. We're going to like to declare it they're like on top of this code. But okay, let me show you here. On top of this code here, somewhere here, I'm going to declare it somewhere here, but right now let's just concentrate in with the content. Okay, and I hope like this is not difficult because you can see like it's just some input boxes, like they're almost the same as the one from HTML. And I think all of you know HTML, because before you deal with React, then you need to at least have dealt with HTML. Okay, yeah, we're just creating some inputs. There's nothing big we're doing here. You're going to see it like after you're through, but there's nothing big we're doing here. So below this one, so it has a value of doctor department, and then it's going to have an on change. Just copy this on change. Going to have an on change, listen to an event. So you can say here, so set doctor department. Just copy that. So it's going to be set doctor department. Okay, and here below it we can have a class name. So the class name so you can have here a class name. This class name is going to be input field. It's going to just be an input field. Yeah, it's going to be an input field. Now below this it's going to be have here an input field. So now below this one here, below this select. Okay, so let's do this. So let's move this in. This one was supposed to be here because okay, so that we're putting this one inside here, which means that let me show you. Which means that these properties are the ones that are applying inside this select. Okay, so it can be inside it like that. So here below, so here you can have option. So here you can have option, and this option you can say like select, let's say select department. Select department, and it's going to have a value, so the value is going to be empty. The value is going to be empty, and what you can do here is so below this option, let's say here, so here let's say it's going to be here departments array. So I'm going to provide for you like those departments. So we are going to need to map through all those departments, so that if someone selects a particular department, then like it needs to like map through all of them. Okay, like it needs like to go through all of them and then pick the specific one. Okay, and update it like in the database also. So here we're going to use a map. So you're going to say here department you can say here departments array dot map and here inside it you can pass the department. You can say depart, and then you can pass the index. can pass the index, and it's going to have a return. So we're going to say return. It's going to have a return. Now this return is going inside it. You're going to have an option. Going to have an option. Now this option here inside it, we need now to pass that depart. Now we need to pass that depart. This option is going to have a value and is going to have a key. Okay, so value, so the value is going to be just depart, and then going to have a key. The key is just going to be the index, like that. Now below this, now after the admin has filled all this section for adding a new doctor, so below this select, we're going to put a button. So we're going to put here a button, and this button, inside it you can say just register new doctor. So you can say here register new doctor. Yeah, register new doctor. Now this button is going to have some properties, so we're going to give it these properties. So let's arrange this one first of all. So this button, we're going to give it a property. So the first property is going to say is going to be of type submit, meaning when you press, after you fill all those sections, and then after you press it, then it needs to submit the data to the database. Okay, so submit, and it's going to have a class name. So the class name is going to be, let's say, just submit btn, like that. Nice. Yeah, so from this point right now I think we are through, but now the problem is if you run this code, you're going to get errors because you are not like find a lot of things there inside. Okay, so let's move just on top here. There's some error here. Let's just move. Yeah. Let me see where this error is. So let's just this part. So let's just move this section. Let's move like this. Okay, so what you can do is let's move to this place so that you can declare some things here. So here at this point you're going to need to declare some things here. Like first of all, let's say let's start first of all with let's say const. So it's going to be const first name, and then you can say here set first name to be equal to use state. Okay, then empty like that. So you can come and then copy this time this. I'm going to copy this, then you can paste it. You can paste it a couple of times because you're going to Okay, so from this point, so you can change this to be last name. So last name, so this can be just last name. And then this other one can be, let's say, email. Email. Then here you can have the phone. So you can say here set phone. Then here you can have the phone. And then for NIC, here can be again, what is it? Yeah, NIC, like that. So the next one, you can change it to DOB. Then it can be DOB. Here can be gender. Then here password. And then here can be, let's say, just doctor department. It's going to be doctor department. Doctor department. Then here you can have the avatar, the doctor avatar. So here you can just say doc avatar. You can say the doc avatar or the doctor's avatar. You can paste the last one, which you can say is for the avatar preview. So you can say here set doc avatar, then you can just add. So avatar is going to be avatar with an A. Avatar with an A. Then here you can just say set doctor avatar. Then you can just add the word preview. Like that. Just copy the preview. Copy it. Then paste it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like that. So but here you can change it to be A. Yeah, so yeah, like that. So you can add here that just const navigate to and say here use navigate. Okay, again here we can now have our array of the doctors. So what you can do here, you can say const departments array. Now this const department array is going to have an array, and this array array, you can say like the first one, let's say you can add just any type of doctor here. You can just say, let's say neurology, the department like that they occupy. So you can just say neurology. Then here below it you can say maybe like cardiology. Just add some random. Then also maybe like let's say oncology. And then here you can say like maybe orthopedics. Yeah, something like that. So you can even add others that you think will be appropriate or that you want. Okay, so you can also just add, let's say last one. You can also add, let's say just like physiotherapy. And then here now you can say here you can put another const. So this const is going to be handling the avatar, the doctor's avatar that you're going to be uploading. And what's going to be happening with this const? So it's going to be listening for an event, and that means that here, so you can have here another const. So you can say const file. So you can say here like const file is equals to e dot target dot files, and then files, here we are going to put an array starting with the first one. Then again here let's say const reader. Now this const reader, what's gonna happen with is going to be like okay, so we're going to say here const reader is equals to new file reader. Now here this part is going to handle the uploading of a new avatar. So what you're going to do here, you're going to say like reader dot onload so we're going to say set doc avatar preview, and then inside it you're going to say the reader dot result. Okay, so you can say here set doc avatar, then pass in the file. Okay, so I think like that's okay. So from that point still we can also like add another function here. We can add another const function here, like another function here that's going to be handling our file, or like all the contents in this file, from the first name, the last name, and everything. Can add that one, but that one like can add it, let's say, in our next video, because like you are going to like to need to connect it with our backend, okay, so that they can be communicating with each other. So you can, okay, so what was happening was that we are getting an error. So the error, the main cause of the error is that here at NIC we had like written the NIC with a capital first of all, like needs to be in small, like in small letters, okay, in lowercase. So and then also there's another error that was saying this handle add new doctor has not been defined. So what you can do is that you can create here another function, this function, and this function is called handle add new doctor. So you will realize that after you've inputted this function, now that like there's no more of that error, okay. And this function is going to be an async function, and yeah, so it's going to be an async function. So if you save it, I think everything now should work as, yeah. So you can see like at this section, at this route of add new doctor, in this route, like everything now is okay. So you can see here you can add maybe the name that you want, also the last name and everything. Also you have even this upload avatar button. If you press it, you will be prompted to put an image, so you can just choose any image. But here we realize that this image right now, like it needs to be, it needs like to, after you have uploaded, like it needs to show itself here, okay. So we're going to do that functionality later. So now let's move to the next part, which is going to be the add new admin section. So let us now move to the next part, which is the add new admin section. So okay, so let's now start importing all the things you're going to need here. So the same, let's just move to, what is this add new doctor. You can come and then copy these imports, because you're going to use most of them. Copy it and then move here, then you can just paste all of it like that. So we're importing, so the first one you're going to need all of them, but we won't need to use the, let's say, the use effect. We won't need the use effect, so you can just remove it. The next one, obviously, we're going to need Axios, and here we're not going to need this context, so let's just be like that. And then import navigate. So we're going to need this one from React Router DOM. So we're not going to need also this. Then you can just remove it. Also, you can add import toast. You can import toasts. Now, toast is coming from React Toastify. Okay, like that. So those are all the things that you're going to need. So you can start by either putting all the contents that you're going to need into this return, or you can start by first of all declaring here something. So let's start first of all by declaring all the things that you are going to use in this project. So you can start by doing const, let's say, so here you can say const, let's say first name, const first. I think it's going to be almost the same as the one for the doctor. So you can just come here, let's copy the whole of it, Control C, then come here, paste it. So the first one is const first name, and then set first name to be like that, last name, email, phone, NIC, DOB, gender, and then password, gender and then password. So the ones that we're not going to need is this one from department, this one. So let's remove this one here. Okay, like that. Also, you can just add also to like this. You can add, that is const navigate const navigate. Sorry, I don't know. Const navigate and navigate to be equal to use navigate. Use navigate. Also, you need to put here a new function that's going to handle when a new admin is imported into, when a new admin like is being imported into the project or into the hospital. So you can say here const handle add new admin. I just call it in name, but I think this one's okay. Then to be an async function. Yeah. So instead you can just put nothing right now. Yeah. Instead you can just leave it like that. And right now I think everything is done. So what you can do here is you can also come to this place and us to first of all do a return. Oh, sorry. Wanted us to come to this point, then remove this div. Won't need this div, so we're going to say section. And then this section is going to have a class name, so we're going to give it again a class name. We're going to give it a class name of, let's say, page. Class name of page, almost the same as the other one, as we did for the add new doctor. So again here, section, give it a class name of container form components, add admin form. So we're giving it this class name, and here is going to have h1. This h1 is going to be, you can say here, add new admin. Add new admin. Now in this add new admin, so it's going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be, let's say, form title. So we're going to give it, so let's put here the form. This form is going to have an on submit, but right now not going to, let's right now not put that function for handling like when a new admin is added into the project. So I'm not going to put that on submit right now. So let's continue with adding the necessary contents. So inside this form we're going to have again another div. So this div again is going to have a class name. And the class name is form row. Inside it you're going to have some inputs that you're going to use. So you can just come to the add new doctor and you can copy some of these inputs. You can copy from, let's say, from this point, just copy this input, and then Just paste it like that. So the type still is, you can say here type is text, placeholder, you can say, let's give it to be first name. I think it's almost the same. Let's just turn to this point. We did the one for, yeah, this one. Okay, let's copy this from this point up to, let's copy it to up to here. Yes, I think up to there. Yeah, let's copy up to there. So let's say just Control C. Then let's come here, or let's see, it's not copied like that, so I'll just copy this first name and the second name. Control C. Yeah, like that. So the here, so the type is text, the placeholder is first name, value first name, the only change is listening. Okay, so the same also this one, last name. Okay, like that. Okay, now below here, and us to now put another form. This form still going to have here, just do like this. Now another div, sorry, so we can put here another div. This div is still going to have a class name, so the class name is going to be still form row. Now in this one, you're going to now to input the email and the mobile number. So I can just come to this one, so just copy the email and the phone number from this point to this one, then just paste it like that. Okay, so everything looks okay. Yes, everything looks okay. So still the same, you can just come and create another div below this div here. Now this div, what's gonna happen is this div is going to take the NIC and the date of birth. So you can just come to again this point. Let's copy the NIC and the date of birth from this point to this point. Okay, copy it and then just paste it here. Okay, so you have the NIC and the date of birth. Okay, and then the next one, we're going to still create almost the same form. Let's just copy this. Then below the div, below this div again, we're going to input the one for gender and password. So come here, copy this one for gender, this one. So from this select until to password. Yeah, till there. So Control C. That. So select values, gender, then on change, listening okay, class name okay. So everything looks okay. Input password, yeah, everything is okay. And let's come below this div. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to input also another div this div is going to have a class name. Okay, so we're going to give it a class name. Going to have a class name. A class name still the same of from row. And inside this div, we're going to import a button. So this button, inside it, you can just say like add new admin, and this button can be of type. This button can be of type submit. Okay, so let's just arrange this one. Then let's save it and see how it is. So right now we are through with our add new admin. So what you can do is that let's now go to the patients section. Now let me show you how the patients section is supposed to be. The patients.jsx. So let's see. It's taking a lot of time to open. Okay, so let's just move to the patients.jsx here. So in this patients.jsx, what we have done is that, I don't know if you can remember, we only have our skeleton code. Yeah, so but here we are not going like to just put any, we're not going to put any input into it, like just going to be basic, and it's going just only to output a text. So do remember, like they will say the way we did for the messages, like it's the same procedure we're going to use, like to print out or to output message and to output a message into the patients section. So let's come again to the messages. I want to show you how we can do it. So let's open this messages, this message.jsx. Messages. Oh, sorry, it was not messages. I think it was supposed to be, was it patients? Let's see if it's doctors. It's not doctors. Let's see. Yeah, it was doctors. Yeah, sorry. So you can come to the doctors section here. What I want us to do is, you can just come here, then control copy, control, so press Control A, and then to select all of it, and then Control C to copy it. Then let's move to our patients section here. I want us to, or instead of copying it like that, because it's going to cause a lot of issues, so come to the doctors. Then what I want us to do is, you can just select the whole of this return, select the whole of it, and then copy it, then return, and then come to the patient section, this, and then just paste it here. Yeah, paste it like that. See, and then in this patient section, so we're going to use almost the same thing. So let's return to, that was their doctors here. You can just copy also the whole of these imports, then return to the patients, then just paste it here. So you're going to need obvious React, and also you're going to need here, we're not going to use context, so you can just remove it, but you're going to use effect and then use state. Then Axios, we are not going to use it. You're going to use also Toast from React Toastify, and then we're not going to use navigate, and also you're not going to need this image and this one here, so you can just remove these three. And now let's import another thing here. I want us to import that is link, and link is coming from that is React router DOM. So we are importing here link, and link is coming from React router DOM, like that. Also, I want us to import another thing here. I want us to import, that will be /styles / patients .css. Yeah, I don't know if you can remember. So it is this CSS that you're importing, this one, patients.css, importing it using this line. Okay, so from that point, so let's see the class name. Let's see, first of all here, I want us to do is, first of all, this we don't want it to be like only like this. I want it to be, let's say, okay. Let's just remove this. Sorry for. Okay, let's just move this so that we can start from scratch. So we're going to use a div here, and this div, what it's going to do is that this div, first of all, is going to have a class name. We're going to give it a class name, and it's going to have a class name of container. We're going to have a class name of container, and below it we're going to have a h1. This h1 is going to have texts, patients, like that, and then it's going to have a class name of, let's say, page title. Then below it you're going to have an ordered list. You're going to have an ordered list. This is an ordered list. You can import, like, let's say, if maybe all the patients that are going to be included into this system. Okay, so meaning that when a patient is recorded, records are inputted into the database, he or she, like, the records are going to be shown onto the dashboard of the admin. Okay, I don't know if you understand that. So it's going to be like inside this unordered list. Okay, so here inside the unordered list, you can also include here that's the list. Can also include it here, but what I want us to do is that I want it to be dynamic. Okay, I don't want it to be stationary. I don't know if to be static. I don't want it to be static. Okay, so you can just remove it, and what you can do instead is you can come here and then create a link. Now this link, what's gonna happen is it's supposed to be like a link like that. This link is going to have a button inside it, but before that you're going to create a div inside it first. It's going to have a div inside it first, and this div, now inside it you're going to have now the button that you're going to use it. So this is going to have a button, and this button is going to have the text add patient. add patient. So it's going to have this text. Now let's do this. What we want is that when this button is pressed using this link, so we're going to say here to, so to, that is add patient. So what is happening here is that when this button is pressed, it's going to direct to another route, which is known as the add patient page. Okay. Now this div that we created here, so you can give it a class name. I'm going to give it a class name of, let's say, button container. Yeah, button container. And then this button that you've created, can give it a class name. So we can give it a class name of, so it's going to be add button. Yeah, that's the class name. Okay, so let's save it and see how it's gonna be. After saving it, you're getting this. Okay, so getting this. That means if you press this add patient, it's supposed to lead it to another route, which is add patient. You can see like here how it changes. Okay, but initially it was just the patients, but if you press it, now it leads you to another. Okay, now you can go further, and then in this route that is add patient, you can create another file known as add patient, and then here maybe we can have a form that you can fill the details of a particular patient, and then you can add them into the database, and then after adding them into the database, now you can reflect again, can reflect maybe here below like this button. Okay, like that. So now let's move to the next part, which is this receptionist part, because I think we are through with our patients. So in this receptionist, let's move to the file. So let's move to this receptionist part. This receptionist part is going to be almost the same as the one that we have done for patients. So you can just come to this patients and then copy all. I just copy all these imports. I know there are a lot of unused imports here. You can see like you haven't used access and all that, but I just want us to import it right now, so that when we're going to connect it with our backend, it's going to be much easier, instead of like having to think about like importing some dependencies into our project, okay, or into our file. So we just need to import all of them right now. Okay, so let's just close this, the ones that we're not using. So I'm not using this. You just leave the receptionist open. Okay. Now in this receptionist, since I've copied all those imports from patients, you can just come here, paste them. So we're going to still use import, and then here obviously we're going to use state. We're going to use here, let's say, use state. So we're going to use here use state, and also use effect, but we won't need, oh sorry, even we had already the use, sorry, my mind is in another place. So let's remove this one. So use state and then use effect. Then also we'll need the axios, also still the toast and link. Yeah, everything is okay, everything looks now okay. So from this point I want us to again go to our return to this part here. So you can create here a div, or you can just use this div, and you can give this div a class name. Let's give it a class name of, I think, container, or you can just come to this point. So let's give it or you can come to this point and then just copy everything here, just copy everything, Control C, and then like that. So let's remove this. Yeah, so it's going to have a class name. Let's move this. So it's going to have a class name of container, and then header, you can say here to be receptionists. So here you can change to be receptionists. And then still, if we wanted to have the list of the receptionists in our hospital, what we will do is we can have the unordered list and you can list them. Okay, so you can inside, so below here you can have the unordered list, and then inside the unordered list you can have the list item, and then you can map through the receptionist. Okay, you can map through them, but right now, since I told you like you're not just only going to output a simple text, so let's remove that. We're going to do that later. So from this point, I want it to that when you press this on, now it's going to lead you to add, let's say, receptionists. Yeah, and then still is going to be inside a div. This div, let it still be button container. Then you can give it a button. This button is going to say it's going to have the text that is add receptionists, add receptionists. Okay, or even you can just say like manage reception. Yeah, manage, I think it's okay still. So from this point, I think everything is okay. So you can just control save, and then if you save it, yeah, everything now looks okay. You can see. So if you press the add receptionist, now it leads you to another route here to which is add receptionist. But in the next video, as I've told you, we're going to have maybe here the list of our receptionists. If maybe there are 2 or 3, have them here, and we'll be getting them directly from the database, and we'll be able to manage them. Meaning we'll be able to maybe edit their details, we'll be able maybe to add them, or okay, maybe to remove them, that is to delete them, or just to do anything in that part. Okay, so we are through the receptionist. Now let's move to the next part, which is the messages section. This part, the messages section. Okay, so let's move to the messages section. So in this section here, and still the same here, we're going to still just to output only text here. We're going to only just output here text, but still let's first of all import all the things that we're going to need to use. So just control copy. Let's just close our patients and close the receptionist. Just close them. Okay, save it. Now in this list, let's just paste all those that we've copied. Okay, Axios. Okay, you're going to use all of those, but here let's remove this one here. So we are going to import again. That will be navigate, and navigate is coming from, that will be React router DOM, and then here is const messages. Okay, here what we can just do is that even you can just output a text that maybe says there is no messages right now. Okay, you can just do that, but first of all I want us to do this. Let's put this into as a section. It be as a section, and then I'm going to give it a class name. Just give it a class name. Just give it a class name. Let's say page messages. And then below it you can have IH1. And you can say inside it to be messages. Okay. Now here what you can do is you can also have here another div below this one. can have another div here. Then this div you can just give it a class name. Let's say if you can give it a class name, and let's say this class name just to be, so just banner. Okay, so say from this point let's just output a simple message. Okay, yeah. You can just come to this point here. So just something like h2, just there is no messages. There is no messages yet. Something like that. Control save. I think like that's still okay. There's no messages yet. Yeah, so again, okay, so we are through with the messages, and let's just move to the login so that we can be through with the dashboard and the video. Okay, so going to create this not logo, sorry, the login. So the login is going to be by default and is not going to be here in this sidebar, because login is going to be by default, and meaning that if you are an admin, then you'll be prompted to login, and if you're not an admin, then still you'll be prompted to login, so as to prevent unauthorized users from accessing the dashboard and misusing it. So let's just move to the login here. Now in this login, what you're going to do is let's just copy the whole of these imports. Just copy the whole of it and then just paste it. Now from this you need the React, then use state, but we won't need the use effect, so you can change it to use context. You can change it to use context, and then we'll obviously need the Axios, we will need the toasts, and we'll need the navigate, and you can also say here they use navigate. Obvious, also say here use navigate also, so use navigate. And yeah, so I think all those are the ones that you're going to need in this particular page. So in here, what you're going to do, first of all, you're going to declare here some variables. So you can just say like can declare this, so you can declare the email, say maybe email, that'll be email, and I can say set email, you can say here set email to be equal to use state, like that. Okay, you can just copy it, and here you can change it to password. Stay the same here. So here you can again change it to confirm password. Then here is going to say set confirm password. Like that. Set confirm password. So what you're doing here, so in this login, is going to prompt someone or the user when they're going to come to this dashboard. You're going to be prompted to enter an email. Then you're going to be told to be prompted to enter a password, and again you're going to be prompted to confirm your password. Okay, so that if you are the real admin or if you are the real person who's supposed to be using the dashboard, then you can enter into it. But if you're not, then it's not going to allow you to log into the dashboard. Okay. So again here below this one you can just say const navigate. You can say here const navigate to be equal to use navigate. Okay. Now from this point, what I want us to do is we can also declare, we can put here a function which is known as consthandle login, and these are an async function, and right now it's not going to do anything. You can just leave it to be empty. So to be handling the logout, I don't know if you can remember, now in this dashboard there's this logout. Okay, so we're going to make this to be so that when someone presses the logout page, he or she is going to be to move out of to be signed out from the dashboard. So that function is the one that's going to handle all that process. Okay, so let's move again. What I want us to do is let's return to this return to this the content section. So again, just remove this div and let's work with empty tags or divs, and then inside here we can have a section. In this section you can just give it a class name. And the class name is going to be, let's say, container and then from component, container from component, and then below here we're going to have an image. That is, this image is going to show like us the image of our hospital management system, but still the same. Instead of an image, you can just put a h1 right now, just for it to be simple. You can say here like something like, maybe let's say something like welcome to healthcare. Let's say welcome to healthcare clinic. Yeah, something like that. It's okay. And then you can have here maybe a p tag that is okay. You can have here p tag, and this p tag, what it will do is, if maybe someone is not an admin and he or she bumps onto the dashboard, then you can put this text so as to tell them that this is not for the admin, it is only for the admin. Okay, so only for admin or admin, let's say just admin. Okay, and then here now below it you can now have a form. You can now put the form that the person will fill so as to be allowed into the dashboard. So you can have here the input self closing. Now in this input, so what you're going to do is, this input cell is going to have a type, and you're going to say that the type is going to be text, and it's going to have a placeholder. Now the placeholder now is going to have, this placeholder is going to be, let's say just say email. Let's say just it's going to be email, and then you're going to have a value. Now this value is going to be So it's going to be email. So just so we can just say email, and then below it is going to have on change. This on change just listens for any activity or for any activity that happens here. So on change passing a as the event, then you can say set email. Here you can say e.target.value, e.target.value. Okay, now from this point there's a mistake here that we've done, supposed to be in parentheses like that. So you can just move this and remove this one, and this one. Okay, like that. So again, you can have also another input here. So let's just copy this input, then paste it, then you can just paste it again. Okay, so let's first of all arrange this. Come here, paste it again. So this second one you can say password. The type is going to be password. So it's gonna be password, and then the placeholder is gonna be password. Placeholder is gonna be password, and then value is gonna be password. Value is gonna be password. And then here is gonna be like on change is going to be just here set password. So just control copy that, set password. Then the next one still is gonna be password. Here gonna be password, placeholder, let's say confirm password, then here's gonna be confirm password. Yeah, so here's gonna be again set confirm password. Okay, so I think everything is okay from that point. Let's just arrange this. Then what you can do here, you can have here another div. Now this div is the one that's going to contain the button that when you press it, it's going to send the details to the database and then compare it if truly you are the admin. So inside it, you're going to have the login text, and then it's going to have type. So the type is going to be submit. Type is going to be submit. Now this div is going to have some particular style. So you can say here, you can give it a style to be, let's say here you can say justify content. Justify content. Here you can say it's going to be center, and then you can say here to be align items. You can say center. Yeah, so from this point everything I think is okay. So let's just move this. Okay, we've saved it, but it's not going to cause any effect here. Okay, so well, it's not going to cause any changes because, like, first of all, like this just this login, for us to be able to see it how it is, like we need to set it so that it can be by default, so that it can be at the dashboard by default, so that when someone tries to log in, then it can show itself by default. Okay, so but we are going to do that in the next video. So until the next video, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you have reached up to here, like, I thank you guys so much for doing this. Like, it hasn't been easy only creating this front end, like the front end and the dashboard has taken some time, and I'm going to be through with the backend, and I'm going to bring to you guys the full application in the next, I believe, in the next 1 or 2 weeks. But in the next 1 or 2 weeks, because right now I have some other things that I'm still working on. I have an exam that is coming, and yeah, so I need like to be at least to I need at least to have some great marks while doing that exam. So, and I have some other things that are still on the way. So yeah, so if you like the video, please guys don't forget to subscribe, and thank you guys so much for being a great subscriber, and thank you so much. Like the video, and till next time, thank you. Cheers. Have a nice time.